the story of a small town in Indiana that goes by the name Kokomo. It's a fun place to raise kids and is popular for a low crime rate. Unfortunately, the city, which is referred to as the City of Firsts, has a tragic case written in its history as one of the first cases to shock the neighborhood to the core. Destiny Renee Pittman was born on January 9, 1992, in Kokomo, to Melvin L. Douglas Jr. and Carla A. Pittman McCombs. She had 4 siblings and many friends. Her beautiful smile and amazing personality were why people loved hanging out with her. She used to brighten any room with her presence. Destiny was interested in modeling and was excited to start her career. She bought a house 8 months before her untimely death and lived with her boyfriend and a roommate who had 2 kids and 3 dogs, a Chihuahua and 2 pit bulls. When the clock hit 9:33 p.m. on February 7, 2013, the Kokomo police received a call asking for urgent attention at 815 James Drive. There had been a shooting. Officers were immediately dispatched. When they entered the house at 9:40 p.m., they found a bullet hole in the wall and the dead body of 21-year-old Destiny Pittman lying in her own pool of blood. She was pronounced dead immediately. What makes this case so shocking is that everyone was in the house. All the dogs were present as well. Yet 2 strangers came in and gunned down a young woman who had her whole life to live. They came in, killed her, took cash and drugs, and ran away without any trace. 2 vicious killers were loose in Kokomo, a small town with no crime. Police sent her body for autopsy and found that Destiny Pittman died because of a single shot to her chest, which passed through her body and struck the wall behind her. They recovered a single .40 caliber shell casing from the scene. Later, police questioned Destiny's boyfriend and her roommate about what exactly happened. They informed the police that there was a loud banging on the door. Everyone was alert in the house. Then the door was kicked in and 2 robbers entered the house. Destiny, not knowing what awaited her, confronted them. Without paying much heed to a living person standing in front of them, they shot her. After hearing the commotion going down in the hall, everyone in the house hid. Destiny's roommate and boyfriend could see nothing except for a shoe of one of the intruders. The intruder continued their search of the house. One of them yelled in frustration, "Where the F is it?" Then they ran out of the house into a vehicle, which no one could see. All of Destiny's dreams were crushed on February 7th, 2013. Destiny's roommate said that she believed the intruders were African American, even though she could not see them. When asked later why she thought so, she revealed that they had urbanness in their voices. When the police asked her if they could have been white, she admitted that it could have been one of the possibilities. Destiny's boyfriend confessed to the police that both he and Destiny sold marijuana, but Destiny had not been part of the business since she had inherited some money. He told them that he'd taken a bag of weed and more than $2,000 that he'd earned selling marijuana to another house just a few days before the intruders had entered. The police believed that the intruders could have been after the drugs and money that the couple had with them. Other than this, the police had no significant information and no possible leads. 2 years passed. It was 2015, and all the police could reveal was that the roommate and the boyfriend were cooperating with them and giving all the information they needed. The detectives did not plan to give up. The Pittman family grieved Destiny's death as months and years passed by, but nothing changed in her house since she died in 2013. Her mother, Carla Pittman McCombs, kept everything in her house untouched. She said, "The bullet hole is still there, and all of her pictures. The only thing I did try to do was shampoo the blood off the bedroom floor." Her family could not overcome her death as her mother still cried a lot and was depressed. Carla hoped that someone might say something about her daughter's death. She gave a statement to a media outlet and said, "My life has turned absolutely upside down. They took my child for no reason. Whoever it was, I hope they're satisfied. They didn't get anything out of it. I'm not happy at all. It's put a damper on a lot of things in my life. It's basically destroyed my life. Steve McCombs, Destiny's stepfather, said that Carla was not handling the death of her daughter well at all. Even after all this time, she would still welcome people in the house, saying, "This is Destiny's house," or "You're in Destiny's home." Destiny's father, Douglas Jr., said, "Every day is rough. I'm kind of losing confidence. It's frustrating. I know the police can't talk too much about it since it's still under investigation. I just miss her." He hoped that the responsible people would come forward and confess. He believed that eventually they would have kids too and would never want something bad to happen to them. Therefore, they'd understand the pain and might admit to killing someone. Another anonymous relative came forward and said what everyone else was feeling. Her heart will never beat again. There will never be enough justice, but the family deserves some closure. Whoever did this is cold-hearted. It's just ruthless. The captain of Kokomo Police Department, Teresa Galloway, released a statement saying, "It's still an open investigation. We've not declared it a cold case. We're still taking tips and pursuing all of them. We encourage anyone with information to please come forward." But no one ever did. There was almost no hope left when, in 2021, Kokomo police renewed a plea for investigation about Destiny's homicide. They said that Destiny's case was still open and that they'd been investigating all the tips and leads that they'd found in the past 8 years. They pleaded with the public by saying, "If you know something, say something." There was no further news. Then a new update stirred the Kokomo Police Department. On December 5, 2022, the police received a voicemail. The woman called to speak with the detective and said that she thought the case would have been solved another way, but as it led nowhere, she was forced to come out and reveal information that she'd been keeping for years. After seeing press releases on the case for years, she could not keep the details to herself anymore. She knew who had killed Destiny. The two people who barged in the house that night in 2013 were 36-year-old Jesse McCartney and 32-year-old Joey McCartney. The informant said that she was scared of Jesse McCartney. When the police got in touch with her, she revealed that she'd been with the McCartney brothers that night. They claimed that they were going to run an errand, so she tagged along. She'd been sitting in the Jeep outside Destiny's house when she heard a loud bang. Within a few minutes, Jesse ran out of the house with a gallon-sized bag of marijuana and a bunch of cash in his hand, followed by Joey. Jesse, the owner of the gun, was sweating profusely when he entered the Jeep. She also told the police that they'd sold the gun and the Jeep within 6 months of that incident. Jesse asked the informant to tag along and drove her by Destiny's house the next day to describe the police tape surrounding the place. To confirm the story, the police then asked the informant to show the house that she was talking about. It was, in fact, Destiny's house on James Drive. She later told the police that Jesse had changed his phone number but still lived in Kokomo on Monroe Street, while his brother, Joey, moved to Kentucky. Following this, the police talked with Destiny's boyfriend again, asking him if she had her own stash of drugs. He gave them confirmation and said that it would have been in the house when the home invasion took place. When the detective showed him the pictures of Jesse and Joey McCartney, Destiny's boyfriend was able to identify Joey. He said that Joey looked familiar and he'd probably seen Joey in their house with a mutual friend at some point. The detectives had collected enough proof. After a decade of investigation and perpetual leads from the public, now was the time for justice. An official statement was released that said, investigators with a criminal investigation section were able to obtain arrest warrants for 2 individuals. Joey was arrested by the U.S. Marshals and the local police around 6 a.m. on March 2, 2023, in a house in Graham, Kentucky. Only 2 hours later, they took Jesse into custody from his Kokomo residence. The McCartney brothers were charged with robbery resulting in bodily injury, conspiracy to commit burglary resulting in bodily injury, and murder, all Class A felonies, and a Class B felony charge of burglary, according to the police. Indiana court records detail that a Kokomo resident identified Joey and stated that he remembered that Joey had faced a misdemeanor battery charge in September 2012. Then a pretrial diversion agreement was filed on February 28, 2013, but the scheduled bench trial was canceled. By March 2014, Joey had completed his diversion program, so the case was dismissed. However, Jesse McCartney also had his name in the police database. He was also charged with battery in September 2012. The victim was a healthcare provider who'd been injured, so the charge was later modified as a felony. On April 3, 2013, a pretrial diversion agreement was filed, and within a year, the case was dismissed and the case file was destroyed in 2016. After their arrest, Jesse and Joey had their initial hearing on March 9th and March 10th of 2023. They both entered a not guilty plea. However, the judge ordered them held without bond. Jesse would be awaiting a trial set for August. Without caring for a young woman who had just started her life, the McCartney brothers killed her, and after a decade of mystery, they will now finally be punished for their crimes. With an abundance of artistic and cultural attractions, Granby, a small town in Colorado, is a base camp for adventures. Among the echoing laughs of residents and tourists enjoying the mountain life, a horrific murder of a woman took place in the shadows of that beautiful and picturesque town in 1978. On November 15, 1978, a group of kids were playing on a logging road off Amherst Road, 15 miles from Springfield in Granby. They saw something under a pile of leaves buried under a log. When they went close to examine what it could be, they were shocked to find a body. Police were immediately called. They arrived at the scene and found the decomposing body of a woman shot in her forehead. She had a man's belt around her neck. They searched the area for any clues that they could find. However, there was no wallet, pocketbook, or ID on her that could help the police identify her. Her body was sent for an autopsy, and the medical examiner's office reported that she'd been shot in her temple and the death likely occurred months ago. They estimated the time of her death to be between June and August, and that the woman was between 19 and 27 years of age. She was 5 feet 4 inches tall and had dirty blonde hair. The investigators suspected that the belt was used to drag her body off the road into the woods. It didn't help the detectives narrow down the suspects or ID her. John R. Kirchhoff, Granby police chief, told the media that almost nothing was left of her body, which had been heavily decomposed, and about the only thing left was a skeleton. The only way they could try to track her identity was by the clothes she was found wearing. She had a blouse, blue jeans, and shoes on. The size of the clothing was 14 to 16, which meant that she had a chunky build. Since her body was almost entirely decomposed, police had to rely on these little details to fill in the gaps. They believed that her clothing was of the type a young woman might wear, but it had no tags that might lead the case somewhere. However, her clothes came in handy to get information from the public. The most important piece of clothing was the short-sleeved pullover blouse that was of size 14 and had a green swan embroidered in the front with a green imitation suede collar. In addition to this, she had a gold ring on one of her fingers, which was suspected to be a wedding ring. They went on to search the missing persons reports in the last few months to tally if the woman's description matched any of the reports. But there was no match at all. The ME office also reported that she had a noticeable decay in her front teeth, so the police tried matching her dental x-ray records with those of the missing people recently reported. It was an unsuccessful attempt. Since her body was found off Amherst Road near Route 116, which was a route linking major colleges in that area, the police suspected that she could have been a student of one of the 5 colleges connected through Route 116. They investigated if any female student was missing from Mount Holyoke College in South Hadley, the University of Massachusetts and Hampshire and Amherst colleges in Amherst, and Smith College in Northampton. But there were no such reports. Then the police considered the possibility that she could have been hiking along the trails of the Mount Holyoke Range, or even hitchhiking through the region, but they could not find any evidence to support this theory. However, a new lead came up when the motel operator called them to say that he thought the description of the victim's body matched a woman who checked in early 1978. Soon, the police tracked this woman down and found her healthy and alive. There was no way to solve the mystery of the unknown woman who died a horrific death. Therefore, she came to be known as the Granby Girl. The locals buried her in a local cemetery. Over the years, leads came up and quickly fizzled out. Granby Girl's identity was still a mystery. In September 1998, about 20 years after her death, a group of Granby's residents attended a memorial service at the cemetery and collected $500 to replace the wooden cross with a permanent marker that said, "Unknown, November 15, 1978, with an epitaph, 'In God's Care.'" Reverend Marilyn Holcomb, the pastor of the Granby United Church, said, "It's beautiful and sturdy, an everlasting symbol of this community's care for an unnamed woman whose hopes and dreams, troubles and anxieties are not known to us." In 2021, detectives reached out to Othram Laboratories, an American corporation based in Houston, Texas, specializing in forensic genealogy. They were successful in building a DNA profile for the homicide victim, the Granby Girl. When checked against the national database, it led the police to a woman residing in Maryland who admitted that her aunt went missing years ago in the 1970s and offered to provide more information about her aunt's sons. Police reached the doorstep of Matthew Dale. He told the investigators that his mother went missing in 1978 when he was only 5 years old. The police mentioned the Granby Girl, which confused Matthew, and he thought, "What's Granby Girl?" The officers mentioned how a body had been recently exhumed and they were looking to connect the dots. He agreed to provide his DNA profile in hopes of finding his mother. Within a few hours, the results were back. The DNA was consistent with a parent-child relationship between Matthew and the Granby Girl. He had finally found his mother, Patricia Ann Tucker, who went missing 43 years earlier. Their last interaction was in 1978 when they were in a car. Patricia wore a vest and was with a stranger while Matthew sat in the back seat on knobbly upholstery. He was dressed in a turtleneck paired with long pants. Patricia told him to go across the street to the playground, which was a group home for juveniles outside Boston. Then she said goodbye to him. He didn't know that those would be the last words he would ever hear his mother say. Later, his father picked him up from there and raised him on his own. The Granby Girl was officially identified as Patricia Ann Tucker on January 31, 2023. She was born on July 28, 1950. Patricia married multiple times and was known as Patricia Heckman and Patricia Dale. But at the time she died in 1978, at the age of 28, she went by the name Patricia Coleman. She'd married Gerald Coleman in 1977, just a year before her death, and both of them lived along the eastern shore of Lake Pocatapog in East Hampton, Connecticut. After her death, the family recalled that she'd fallen in with the wrong crowd, and a lot of them believed that she was taken into a witness protection program. Matthew Dale, Patricia's son, said that he grew up listening to numerous rumors about his mother, and finally accepted that she was dead when he was in his 30s. First Assistant Northwestern District Attorney Stephen Gage addressed a press conference and said,
Othram, through their technology, which I don't pretend to understand, they were able to take the portion of the remains that we shipped to them, frankly, and they were able to apply their technology to get a good DNA sample from that.
He also clarified that while the department was happy to finally identify the victim, the investigation wouldn't rest until the killer's found. They could not produce any leads as to who could have committed the murder, but they had a strong suspect in mind. Patricia was married to Gerald Coleman when she died in 1978. However, Coleman did not report her disappearance to the police. Therefore, he was considered a person of interest in the investigation. Already charged and convicted of sexual assault, battery, indecent assault, and assault with a dangerous weapon, Coleman died in 1996 while in prison. As they could not question Coleman while he was alive, police are now relying on the public to submit any information that they might have about the case. Anne's son, Matthew Dale, thanked the detectives and said, "Thank you for never giving up on her. At least I have some answers now after 44 years. It's a lot to process, but hopefully the closure can begin now." He did not have a lot of things that reminded him of Patricia, but he had a single photo, a lock of his hair that his mother kept, baby books she created for him, and a small tapestry she painted when he was young. He also shared, "It was an awful end. What I want to do is have a new gravestone made for her. She deserves to have her name on it." January the 3rd, 1979, was a rather chilly day in Snohomish County, Washington, when a duck hunter left his home in hopes to begin his day by catching some good game. He was eager to capture a handsome number of ducks and fish when something strange caught his eye. There was something enmeshed in the fish net on the mud flats along the shore. His interest was piqued and he went closer to check. As he inspected the scene, dread crept up his body. It was not what he'd expected. He'd found human remains. Whose remains were found that day? What could have happened to that person? Was it an accident or something far more sinister? Snohomish County, where people don't walk by each other without saying hello, where the community is filled with friendship up to the brim, where its lush history and rich culture are embedded in every bit of architecture. Despite being the third most populous county in Washington state, Snohomish County provides a relaxing and small-town lifestyle with a fairly low crime rate. It exhibits its beauty with a wide array of picturesque landscapes, miles and miles of farmlands, and smiling faces of residents who enjoy experiencing the best of both worlds of comfort and stability. When the place is so inviting, simple, and laden with opportunities, it's often hard to believe that a mystery would emerge here that would take decades to reveal its secrets. The new year of 1979 was not kind to Snohomish County residents. It was freezing cold. The snowfall rate and the temperature broke all records. The entire Washington state was under a cold spell. But January 3rd, 1979 was different in more than one way. When the sun rose that morning, the residents heaved a sigh of relief. The air seemed to be warming above 0 degrees. It was the first day above freezing in a week, and people finally found it safe to venture out of their homes and experience a less bitter cold. With the same hope, a duck hunter set out to capture ample feral ducks to make a good profit. He arrived at the Snohomish River Delta at the western tip of North Spencer Island, where two sloughs bend and meet Puget Sound on its edge. His main focus was finding ducks when his eye caught a strange sight. On closer inspection, he realized that what he was looking at was, in fact, human remains. The police were immediately notified. As the officers arrived at the scene near Everett in Washington, they could not help a shiver go down their spine. The duck hunter's description had been hauntingly accurate. Tangled in a fishing line were a tan pair of fair khaki pants, a low quarterback leather shoe, and a partially skeletonized human leg bone. But that was not all there was to discover. When the duck hunter led the investigators a little towards the west, near a 12-foot-long fallen cedar log, they spotted a red, orange, white, and gray checkered shirt lying 5 feet away from a human skull, ribs, and another shoe with a foot still inside. It was a horrific and unsettling sight. When the officers checked the area to find additional clues, they recovered a leather wallet which survived the brackish water. But whatever was kept inside the wallet was long gone. There were no signs of a driver's license, cash, or fisherman's license in it. There was also a sock and a 33-34 size belt found at the site. As detectives sifted through the evidence, they noticed that the pair of shoes spotted there were laced and of size 8 or 8.5 and had the numbers 30 3/8 on it. But the shoes had O'Sullivan's logo printed on the rubber heel, while the tag on the khaki pants read, "Never needs ironing, made in the USA. These seemed to be particularly innocent details, but they could hold the entire key to identifying the nameless man. Although the case seemed complicated, it did not include any suspicion about foul play. It was hard to predict what had happened to the nameless man based on the remains. When the probe began, the investigators were met with a daunting task. The person had been dead for a long time, therefore chances of finding easy answers were slim. They sent the remains for autopsy to find out anything and everything that was available. They received confirmation from the coroner, who revealed that the remains belonged to a man who had been dead for months. It did not narrow down the prospects of finding the name of the man, but at least it was a start. The coroner's office pulled out all the stops to identify the man. They suggested charting his dental records and examining his body, hoping to yield the outcomes that they were seeking. However, the records could not withstand the ravages of time. Despite all efforts, the police could not ID him in the initial investigation of 1979. Therefore, the mystery of this unknown man became a John Doe investigation after Snohomish County's then coroner Robert Phillips labeled the man as John Doe 79-1 and wrote the cause of death to be undetermined. Due to sparse leads, there was hardly any possibility of finding the name of the 1979 John Doe. So, after waiting for about 2.5 months, the nameless man was buried in a pauper's grave at Cypress Memorial Park in the city of Everett on March 15, 1979.
Enough to say.
This practice is a thing of the past. Now, skeletal remains are kept in the medical examiner's office until they're claimed by a family member or are finally identified. Despite this, the scope of the investigation did not end there. They knew they had a long road ahead of them. Police, along with the entire community, were looking for leads to find out the identity of John Doe. Nonetheless, all the leads fizzled into nothing, and the detectives ended up considering the case cold. The case had been cold for decades, the trail long gone and the evidence all but forgotten. But then, a breakthrough occurred. The unlikely duo of advanced science and law enforcement resources came together to unlock a whole new world of justice. The once restrictive technologies and investigative techniques were no longer a barrier. 3 decades after 1979 brought about welcome changes. In 2008, cold cases like that of the 1979 John Doe came to light once again when Sheriff's Detective Jim Scharf and retired Superior Court Judge Ken Kausert reopened the old files that had been collecting dust for decades. When the case file of 1979 John Doe was studied after all those years, the detectives couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. The data was scant and insufficient. They couldn't even determine if the original investigation had matched the description of the mystery man with any of the missing persons from that time period. They were left to wonder how many tips had been pursued and how many leads had been ruled out. They were faced with the sobering reality that the data had been lost before it could be digitized. However, the detectives refused to give up. In 2008, they launched an intensive investigation, scouring the old archives for any and all information that could piece together a picture of the deceased. About 36 years had passed since the man was discovered in the mudflats. It was now the year 2015, and investigators were still trailing behind in this case, looking for his identity. By this time, John and Jane Doe cases surged. Therefore, Snohomish County detectives gave John Doe 1979-1 a new nickname, Spencer Island John Doe. In the month of July 2015, the detectives asked the Snohomish County judge to permit them to exhume Spencer Island John Doe's body. After receiving the approval, they transported the body to the medical examiner's office, where a forensic odontologist, Dr. Kyle Tanaka, thought that uploading the man's dental charts to national databases would shed light on a few missing persons reports which could possibly turn out to be a match. But it did not yield promising results. The case was then uploaded to the NamUs database of missing persons in August 2015. Still, no leads came to light. The detectives continued to explore every possible avenue, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for truth. they gave another look at the evidence collected in the past, including his clothing, wallet, and belt, and determined that he wore second-hand clothes. The Snohomish County Sheriffs pleaded with the residents to come forward with any information about the mystery man that they might have. Although an immediate identification was rather ambitious, the officers were almost at the tip of a major breakthrough when they received a lead in late 2015. It happened when the police received an unexpected tip that claimed that Spencer Island John Doe's description matched a missing farmhand in Marysville. After years, a promising tip landed on the detective's desk, so they had to pursue it. The man ran a fruit stand in Everett and was widely known to be a perpetual drunk. People recalled that he had a severe limp and disappeared around the late 1970s. The tip seemed promising, and the police were just a step away from the truth. After 1 month of hardcore sleuthing, they received a crushing blow after discovering a tombstone in Yuma, Arizona with the help of BillionGraves.com. It belonged to the same farmhand whose tip they'd received. He died in 1981 on a trip to the southwestern desert region. In the face of the setback, the detectives couldn't help but feel the case was going nowhere. While they were making the rounds around the crime site, trying to piece together the information, the medical examiner's office made another set of major discoveries. They were able to find out some key characteristics of the man that could be considered definitive identity markers. In April 2016, Dr. Kathy Taylor, the Washington State forensic anthropologist at the King County Medical Examiner's Office, studied his exhumed bones. With her keen eye and years of experience in the field, she was able to provide a rough estimation of his age, which ranged approximately from 27 to 61 years old. She suspected his height to be 5'1" to 5'7". The forensic anthropologist's report noted that the Spencer Island John Doe had a Native American, Caucasian, or mixed heritage. Therefore, the police redirected their focus on missing person reports of people of tribal heritage and distributed bulletins to the Tulalip and Stillaguamish tribes. The information was too vast and vague to produce a coherent narrative. They sifted through mountains of data and learned that there were no signs of perimortem trauma, meaning the trauma or injury that occurred at or around the time of death. They concluded that, as there were only healed injuries and no new ones. However, when medical examiners inspected the bones, they found a gruesome injury. The femur bone of his left leg had been horrifically shattered and left unset, causing him to walk with a painful and uneven gait. Based on the inspection of the bones, the reports also highlighted that Spencer Island John Doe might have suffered from temporomandibular joint syndrome, a painful condition that affects the jaw joint. In fact, he might have suffered in silence for years, as his injured femur did not seem to have ever received any medical attention. Medical officers examined the bone with the help of an X-ray that showed the middle third portion sticking out like the claw of an ice scraper, and it could be said with certainty that he would have suffered chronic pain. Detective Scharf said, "We've never seen a fracture that healed like that. It's almost like he was in a third world country, or he just avoided medical help altogether." Jane Jorgensen, an investigator at the medical examiner's office, seemed to be perplexed by the whole situation as there were no answers. After all, even if the man was homeless at the time of his death, he would surely still have gone to an emergency room for immediate care. It was not like he would have been asked to pay any amount. If the medical aid was ultimately free, why would someone have suffered such pain? He would have stood 2 inches shorter on his left leg. Spencer Island John Doe's femur became another mystery in this case. More disturbing details came up as the investigation continued. The study on exhumed remains disclosed that he was missing 2 left anterior top teeth and 2 molars. The sockets had been properly healed, indicating that he'd lost them before his death. He was believed to have a gap in his teeth and had alloy fillings in 3 teeth, which mysteriously indicated that he had access to medical care. The detectives were left with more questions than answers about the circumstances of both his life and his death. If he was able to have his teeth taken care of, why would he put off the urgent attention on his leg? The detectives were stumped but soon reached the conclusion that he would have gone to a dentist in his childhood or teenage years when he was under his parents' care. As he got older, he might have avoided his healthcare needs. What made him bear the pain and neglect attention in his later years was still a question waiting to be answered. Now, the officers realized with a start that prisoners could get free dental treatment. So, could Spencer Island John Doe have been an inmate in the past? But the question did not make much sense and seemed half absurd. If that had been the case, somebody would have identified him by now because of his limp, gapped smile, and broken teeth would have made him memorable. The entire case was built on theories, and the officers knew that even the smallest details could hold the key to unlocking the truth. To find some answers, Jorgensen and Scharf met in the sheriff's office to discuss possible theories with retired Judge Kenneth Cowsert and retired parole supervisor Chuck Wright. It was proving to be a lot more difficult to identify the cause of his death. Given the condition of his remains, multiple theories sprang up. They assumed that he might not have any access to a doctor when he got his injury, but it seemed more like a desperate hunch than a legible theory. They suspected the nameless man had been a fisherman. It could explain his injury and why he might not have received medical aid. In fact, it could mean that he died on the boat and randomly washed up on shore. He could have been buried at sea by his sailor companions, and with time and erosion, his remains could have been swept down the river to the confluence of Steamboat and Union Sloughs and ended up in the tide flats west of the railroad bridge that runs along State Road 529. Snohomish County sheriffs suspected that his death could have been a mere accident where he fell overboard and drowned around the resting place in the mud. The detectives had exhausted every lead, followed every clue, and interviewed every possible witness. They'd hit dead ends at every turn, but they refused to give up. In their last-ditch efforts to solve the mystery, they turned to the world of forensic art. In April 2016, forensic artist Natalie Murray rebuilt his face by gluing rubber pegs to his weathered skull and extrapolating what he could have looked like in life. Natalie noticed that he had flat cheeks and a narrow nasal passage. These characteristics were consistent with that of people of Asian heritage. But the bones had lost all the sharpness with time, so it was hard to sync this theory with the actual evidence. Undeterred, she extrapolated his lower jaw and imagined other features for the lack of a better alternative. Using her expertise, she created a sketch that would hopefully lead to a breakthrough in the case. Forensic anthropologist Dr. Kathy Taylor conducted an examination and confirmed that the sketch looked half Native American and half Caucasian as required. In 2018, a section of the right femur was sent to a national database at the University of North Texas, where the DNA was extracted to update the FBI's database, CODIS. The mtDNA and STR profiles were processed with the help of enriched DNA, which were ready by March 2019. In 2019, a retired police officer claimed that he saw a man in the 1970s who had a pronounced and awkward limp and looked like the sketch that was released. Despite getting all this information, the police were still without a name as the retired officer could not place a name. Snohomish County Medical Examiner investigators ruled out multiple missing persons by circumstances, STR testing, and dental records. When all these efforts did not yield any results, the detectives knew that they needed to approach the problem in a new and innovative way if they were to have any chance of success. In 2021, another piece of Spencer Island John Doe's femur was sent to Othram Labs, a private forensic genealogy company based in Texas. This initiative was funded by DNAsolves.com, which is an advocacy group that helps in promoting and funding DNA testing to help investigators and families to find the answers they'd been seeking for years and even decades. Months later, forensic-grade genome sequencing was successful in producing enough enriched DNA to create a profile. GEDmatch, a public genetic database, then allowed the police to find a match. The medical examiner's office, along with the detectives, built family trees and plugged the newly generated profile into Family Tree DNA, which is another public database site. Years and years of hope and prayers finally gave a positive outcome. They found a close enough match, and now the identity of Spencer Island John Doe was not too far. Medical examiner Jorgensen said it was like looking at 100 people versus 1,000 people. With the help of Adam Wilcoxon, the death investigator, the police were closing in on one name. Around 3 hours of desperate and hopeful efforts revealed a name: Gary Lee Haney. They checked the family tree and reached out to his surviving half-sister, whose DNA turned out to be a match for biological half-siblings. And just like that, after 44 years, Snohomish County Medical Examiner Dr. Matt Lacey identified Spencer Island John Doe as Gary Lee Haney on February the 10th, 2023. On September 23, 1950, 28-year-old Bernice Helen Schaefer and 37-year-old Joseph Dominique Condomiti gave birth to a baby boy in Topeka, Kansas. They named him Gary Joseph Condomiti. Just a few months later, his parents went through a divorce and Gary's life was about to take some major turns. Around 1955, Bernice, Gary's mother, married a military man named Sheldon Lee Haney. Sheldon adopted Gary and legally changed his name to Gary Lee Haney. He traveled the world with his new family, including his biological mother and adoptive father. He liked the Beatles and had an interest in and passion for playing piano. His family, however, recalled that he had some kind of mental disorder. While some people suspect that he could have been living with autism, other relatives claim that he was suffering from schizophrenia in adulthood. Gary's step-cousin, Hal Thaney, who's now 71 years old, said there was something that was amiss in his brain that caused people to notice. Sheldon, Gary's stepfather, completed his military service and worked for Boeing in the Air Force and moved a lot with his family from New York City to Kansas. When the family used to get together on holidays, the Haneys did not participate in that as they were too far away to become part of their family ritual. That's why Gary's relationship with his extended family was not well established. In fact, in the later years of his life, Gary simply disappeared from the family picture. At the age of 16, Gary lost his biological father Joseph, who died at Missouri Veterans Hospital. And within 3 years, his mother died too. So Sheldon, Gary's stepfather, brought him up. According to Social Security records list, in his later years, around 1976, when he was officially declared dead on the eve of Christmas of 1976, he was known to be living in some sort of rooming house. However, there was no way to know who had reported him dead. Although Gary's family did not get to meet with him that often, they grieved his sudden death. Hal Thaney, Gary's step-cousin, hardly met Gary twice in his life, as the Haney family was always on the move. Thaney had been compiling family history on an ancestry website for many years. Therefore, he had ample resources to provide more data about Gary's life as a child and adult. However, what was shocking is that no one in Gary's extended family knew anything about his broken leg. It seemed that Gary's life had always been shrouded in mystery. In fact, Gary was declared legally dead in 1976, which is about 3 years before he was found on Spencer Island. Although the autopsy report highlighted that he'd been dead for months, 3 years is quite a long time, especially when Gary seemed to be completely off the radar. Nobody knew what happened to him in those 3 years, where he went, or how he died. Hal suspected that something might have transpired between them, and Gary might have been kicked out of the house or left on his own. We still don't know how he died, Thaney, Gary's cousin, said. He assumed that Gary could have met that fate with several things, which might include drowning or hitting his head on a rock or a medical emergency. Detectives now assumed that Gary lived with his stepfather in Everett, as Sheldon's place of residence had been in the same city from the 1970s till 1990. During his retirement, Sheldon was referred to as a snowbird because of his lifestyle. During the winter season, he used to reside in Baja California in Mexico after driving there. Around the mid-1980s, Sheldon visited his nephew, Hal Thaney, in Texas. But Gary was far from their topic of discussion, Hal said. There was never a conversation about Gary with them. It just never came up. Before his death in 1997, Sheldon Haney lived in Oregon. The revelation that Sheldon never filed a missing persons report about Gary raised more than just suspicions. It opened the door to a whole host of new questions and possibilities. Why would someone not report their own son missing? Was Sheldon involved in Gary's disappearance, or was there something else going on? As the investigation continued, the detectives began to uncover a web of secrets and lies that had been hidden for years. They discovered that Gary's life had been far from easy, marked by tragedy, loss, and hardship. Despite not staying in touch, Hal Thaney released a quarterly newsletter with the help of his cousins who had been staying in various parts of the country, including Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, and Utah. Talking about Gary, he said, "I felt a draw to do something about his gravesite. We're probably going to get the family to put a marker over wherever he gets reburied. But we have no relatives that live up there." The family had completely moved across the country, so even if there was a scant chance to visit Gary's grave, it would be closure for him as he remained nameless, familyless, and alone for 44 long years. Despite being identified after 4 decades, Gary Lee Haney was still just as much of a mystery as he was in 1979 when his body was found, or earlier in his life when his family knew nothing about his life. The discovery of Gary's identity opened up a Pandora's box of new questions, leading investigators down a rabbit hole of confusion and uncertainty. Despite the progress they'd made in uncovering his past, they remained in the dark about his final days. Thaney, who had not even known how Gary looked after growing up, addressed his mysterious death and said, "This has opened up so many other questions, and I'll probably never really get answers." As the news of Gary's identity spread, there was a growing sense of hope that someone out there might have the missing piece of the puzzle, that crucial bit of information that could shed light on his mysterious disappearance and tragic death. Amanda Gonzalez was born to Santos Gonzalez and Gloria Bates on December 8, 1981. Her parents separated at some point for unknown reasons, and her mother Gloria eventually remarried a man named Michael Bates, who stepped up as a father figure to Amanda when she was 4. Growing up in Madisonville, Texas, Amanda was a popular girl with a heart of gold. She was known for her kindness and always stood up for her classmates against bullies. After graduating from Madisonville High School in 2000, Amanda surprised her family by showing up with a recruiter, announcing her decision to join the U.S. Army. Her dream was to become a physical therapist for children, and she saw the Army as a way to save up for college. Her family supported her decision, but if only they had known the heart-wrenching consequences that lay ahead. Nevertheless, Amanda set out on a path that would lead her to places she'd never imagined. She had no idea that her journey would ultimately cost her everything. But with her family's blessings, she took a leap of faith into the unknown. The year was 2001, and at the age of 19, Amanda found herself stationed in Hanau, Germany, at a former U.S. Army base. Her job as a cook kept her busy, but she made sure to explore the country's cultural gems in her free time. From majestic castles to the enchanting city of Paris, Amanda soaked in all the experiences that Europe had to offer. Several months into her service, Amanda called her mother in Texas with unexpected news. She was pregnant and filled with excitement for the new chapter that lay ahead. Amanda planned to name her baby Alicia Marie and was thrilled about becoming a mother. Her estimated date of delivery was March 26, 2002. Who the father was of her unborn child remains a mystery to this day. Everything seemed to be going well for Amanda. She had a bright future ahead of her. But fate had other plans. Monday, November 5, 2001 was a day that would change everything. As the morning sun rose in Hanau, Germany, Amanda was nowhere to be found. Her absence was unusual, and her fellow soldiers grew concerned. They went in search of her and arrived at her room within the barracks. To their surprise, the door was locked. Fearing the worst, they broke down the door and found Amanda laying lifeless on the floor. Panic set in as they tried to revive her, but it was too late. The news of her death spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves through the Army base and beyond. The autopsy report revealed that Amanda had been strangled to death, and the news was devastating to her loved ones back in Texas. Adding to the tragedy was the fact that Amanda was 4 months pregnant at the time of her death. Amanda's family and friends were left with more questions than answers. Who could have done this? Why would anyone want to harm Amanda? An investigation was launched, but despite the best efforts of the authorities, the case went cold. No leads, no suspects, and no justice for Amanda. It was a heart-wrenching end to a life that held so much promise. Despite the fact that the investigation into her daughter's murder stalled for several years, Gloria never lost faith in justice. She spent years reaching out to lawmakers and writing to popular TV shows like Dr. Phil and America's Most Wanted in a bid to keep the case in the public eye. Gloria's unwavering determination extended to her visits to Amanda's grave, where she'd often speak to her deceased daughter and vow to keep fighting. In 2011, Army investigators offered a reward of $125,000 for any information that could help solve the case, but still, nothing came of it. Over the years, Gloria continued to receive weekly updates from investigators, but they all contained the same disappointing news. No suspects had been identified. But finally, on February 23, 2023, Gloria's perseverance paid off. An FBI agent called to inform her that there'd been a breakthrough in the case and that an arrest had been made that very day. After 22 years of waiting, Gloria was finally one step closer to getting the justice her daughter deserved. The individual in custody was Shannon L. Wilkerson, a 42-year-old former Armed Forces member. The arrest was a result of a joint effort between the FBI Jacksonville Office of Special Investigations, and the Army Criminal Investigation Division. Wilkerson had been charged under the Military Extraterrestrial Jurisdiction Act, which grants U.S. courts jurisdiction over former members of the armed forces for crimes committed overseas. It's not yet clear how investigators linked Wilkerson to the murder, or what his possible motive might have been. However, he's pleaded not guilty to the first-degree murder charge against him, and if convicted, he could face life imprisonment. Interestingly, Wilkerson had even attended a memorial service for Amanda at the Army base in Germany after her death. It remains to be seen how this shocking turn of events will play out, but for Gloria and her family, the arrest of Amanda's alleged killer brings a sense of justice and closure that they've been waiting for over 2 decades. June 6, 2020 was a regular Saturday for Akron residents. Famous for its relaxed, small-town lifestyle, Akron residents began their morning routines that Saturday. 43-year-old Brian Joseph Powers and his friend, Carlton Amos, were following their routine as well. He was happy to be in his apartment, being 7 months sober. But as the day would go on, every dream of Brian would be crushed. About a week after that, on June 13, 2020, Brian visited his friend, Corletta Howes, with a drink in hand, just like he usually did. It was their weekend ritual. He sat in a swivel chair saying that he was pregnant, making everyone laugh. After spending some time at Howes' place, he took his leave and headed home around 8 p.m. It had been just 12 hours when, in the morning around 8 a.m., a groundskeeper was walking down the sidewalk near East Butchell Avenue and Chapel Drive and found Brian's dead body lying face up on the ground outside the Chapel Church in downtown Akron. On April 11, 1977, Walter Powers and Veronica Freemuth birthed Brian Joseph Powers. He'd always been a people person. He grew up and attended Garfield High School. Brian was an active advocate for the LGBTQ+ community and was addressed as Egypt. He loved old movies, cooking, and meeting new people. His friends and family said that there wasn't a moment when he wasn't smiling, and he had an infectious laugh. However, growing up as a black transgender man in South Akron was not easy in the 70s and 80s. Brian was very spiritual and believed that God loved him, irrespective of his sexual identity. But he struggled with substance abuse and housing insecurity for years. As a child, Brian preferred My Little Pony to Tonka trucks and aspired to be a backup dancer for Janet Jackson or Paula Abdul. As the years passed by, he got interested in cooking and found a career in it. He worked with his friend, Herdestine Price, for her catering company. As he was nearing stability in his life, he wanted to launch his own t-shirt company. He loved to color his hair in different shades of the rainbow. He braided the differently colored sections of hair and called them unicorn braids. Brian was transgender but used he and him as pronouns. He did not like labels. He was like, "Honey, I'm just everything. I am Mother, honey. I am everything," his sister, Vivian Powers Smith, said. The police were called to the crime scene. They noticed that the victim had brown curls and bullet wounds on his thighs. The investigation started, and the police identified that the cause of death was a single bullet that passed through both of his thighs. The victim was Brian Joseph Powers, who also went by the name Egypt and identified as transgender. They started searching the area. The police didn't find any bullets or casings, nor did they hear from anyone who could have witnessed the whole ordeal go down. Even the autopsy could not identify when the murder happened. However, after checking the cell phone recovered from the crime scene, they found that Brian made his last phone call around 3 a.m., just 5 hours before his body was found. It was also revealed that he walked 100 yards before collapsing in front of the church named The Chapel, where he died. When Carlton Amos received a call from his neighbor on June 13, 2020, stating that Brian was dead, he could not sleep that night. The only thought he could muster up was that it was a bad dream. Brian had confided in him with the information that he somehow felt he was going to suffer a violent fate. Vivian Powers Smith, Brian's sister, was heartbroken to hear the news of her brother's demise, but believed that their older brother and grandparents were looking over him in his last moments. They relied on the police to provide the answers. The investigation started with a detailed interrogation of his friends and family. They found out that Brian was not one to back down from a fight. He was known to defend himself and others. In fact, during his memorial service in June, the month he died, an African-American gay man told Vivian how Brian had protected him from a predatory man at the transit center. Since then, they stayed in touch and always talked before catching their buses. So the follow-up investigation was based on the suspicion that Brian had gotten into a dispute with someone before his death. However, the chances seemed slim, as there were no signs of struggle. But it was possible for someone to come up and take revenge for a previous fight. Days passed, but no new information came to light. Friends, family, and detectives were desperately trying to find a suspect or a witness. Despite an ongoing investigation, his family felt that his race and sexuality affected the pace of the case. They claimed that he was not receiving attention and resources from law enforcement in the community because he was Black and identified as transgender. Vivian, Brian's sister, was not comfortable with the detective's silence. She said,
"How little it is, please. Just call the police and tell them."
In another attempt to find a witness, Brian's family made a GoFundMe page to raise reward money that totaled up to more than $2,000. The investigation had not led to fruition so far, and the family strongly suspected that it was a hate crime. In August, a vigil was planned to demand justice for Brian and highlight the rising crimes against the LGBTQ+ community in Akron. Brian had a way with people. Within 10 minutes of starting a conversation, he used to become best friends with everyone. All those who knew him always felt like he'd known them forever within a few minutes of their first interaction. But he also seemed to have made way too many enemies because of his gender identity.
For me, I don't know if it was something random or if someone just saw him dressed as Egypt and decided to shoot. It's like people treat him like they're just expendable and somebody stole him. You didn't have the right to do that. No matter if he was gay, straight, transgender.
Vivian came forward and admitted to the media that he'd been in a fight a week before his death, as two strangers had called him a derogatory name. I had to show them who I was, Brian had said. However, the police were not aware of the incident. Brian's sister complained about inconsistent communication from detectives who took about a week or more to return her phone calls. However, Akron police spokesperson Lieutenant Michael Miller said the department was doing everything in its power to find the culprit, but the detectives were at an impasse because no witnesses had come forward so far. With the lack of information, the investigators could not solidify a motive and could only guess. He underlined that Brian's gender identity did not impact the department's approach or rigor on the case. In 2021, there were still no updates on the investigation. Akron Police Lieutenant Michael Miller gave another statement saying,
I want to let the family know that no one in this police department has forgotten about Mr. Powers. And we want very much to be able to provide a sense of justice and closure for them related to this very tragic loss.
Vivian hoped that the culprit would turn himself in. She said, I have to pray that somehow God touches your heart and you do the right thing. It's never too late to do the right thing. The officers tried their best to give Brian's family closure. Following up on the leads over the years, the police identified a suspect, though how the suspect was identified was not disclosed to the public. Further investigation, evidence, interviews, and tips confirmed the involvement of Bobby Lee Bell in Brian's murder. Finally, on March 9, 2023, the Northern Ohio Violent Fugitive Task Force and the local police found him along South Arlington Street on the morning of March 9, 2023. He was charged with murder, possession of crack cocaine, illegal possession of a firearm, improper handling of a firearm inside a motor vehicle, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Bell was held in the Summit County Jail for murder. He was arraigned on March 10, 2023 in Akron Municipal Court, where he was issued with a $1 million bond until his trial on March 29th. Even though the motive for Brian's murder was not clear, Bobby Lee Bell, a Cuyahoga Falls resident, seemed to hold a long criminal history. In 1993, Bell was in prison for attempted aggravated murder and aggravated robbery and was released in 2008. However, he'd served more time for drug trafficking. Again, in late 2021, he was charged with the trafficking of fentanyl and cocaine, as well as having weapons under disability, for which he was sentenced to 3 years probation. After his arrest in Brian J. Powers' case, the police released a statement saying, as always, the Akron Police Department is grateful for the strong partnership with the Northern Ohio Violent Fugitive Task Force. Like them, we will exhaust every effort and turn over any stone to bring violent offenders to justice. Any loss of life is tragic, and I hope this arrest provided closure for the Powers family and those who knew and cared for him. Back in 2018, the city of Prospect near Blacktown in Australia was home to a 71-year-old widow named Nadir Sensoy, who lived with her beloved son, Salim Sensoy. Nadir was born in the 1940s, with little known about her early years. What was known, however, was that she'd lived in Prospect for almost 40 years and was a cherished figure in the community. People in the neighborhood would always speak fondly of Nadir, who never hastened to lend a helping hand to those in need. Whether it was driving her neighbors to the market or sharing her mouth-watering baked treats, Nadir was always there for her community. Her selfless nature touched many lives, and she was admired and respected by all who knew her. Family meant everything to Nadir, who was a proud mother of 5 and a doting grandmother to 17 little ones. Her family was the center of the world, and she poured her heart and soul into creating a nurturing environment for them. However, the quiet town of Prospect was suddenly thrown into disarray when tragedy struck. Nadir, the beloved matriarch who was a friend to everyone, vanished without a trace in December 2018. The last time anyone saw her was on Thursday the 6th of December 2018 near her home. The days that followed were agonizing for her family, friends, and the community who had grown to love her. It was highly unusual for Nadir to disappear without a word, and everyone was left to wonder what could have happened to her. As the days passed with no news of her whereabouts, the Sensoy family was forced to take action. On Tuesday, December 11, 2018, they reported Nadir as a missing person, and the race to find her began in earnest. The local Blacktown Police Command quickly sprang into action. A team of officers began a massive search operation, hoping to find any clues that could lead to her whereabouts. Despite their best efforts, the searches around her family home yielded no results. The sense of unease grew with every passing moment, and both her family and the police were deeply concerned about her safety. Where could she be? As the investigation progressed, detectives discovered something. They found out that Nadir had made several appointments before her disappearance and had not accessed her bank account since then. The discovery only deepened the mystery surrounding her disappearance, leaving everyone with more questions than answers. Investigators continued working around the clock, hoping to find any clue that could lead them to the missing woman. They released a description of Nadir to the public, hoping that someone might have seen her. She was described as a Mediterranean Middle Eastern woman, about 165 centimeters tall, of a thin build, and with short dyed brown hair. But despite the police's best efforts, no one came forward with any information. As the months went by, hope began to fade, and fear began to set in. The prospect of her being murdered was a grim possibility that no one wanted to consider. But even if she had been murdered, the question of where her body was remained unanswered. The investigation soon hit a dead end, and everyone was left to wonder if they would ever find out the truth. The people of Prospect were heartbroken, mourning the loss of a beloved community figure and hoping for a miracle that might bring Nadir home. In 2020, after 2 long years of fruitless investigation, the police decided to offer a reward for any information that could lead to finding her. They hoped that the offer of a $350,000 reward would stir someone's conscience and prompt them to come forward. The announcement of the reward breathed new life into the investigation. The police hoped that this would be the breakthrough that they'd been waiting for, and that they'd finally be able to uncover what had happened to Nadir. But as the weeks went by, it became clear that the reward had not yielded any promising leads. Despite the desperate efforts of her family, friends, and the police, Nadir remained missing, and the mystery surrounding her disappearance continued to deepen. That same year, things took a startling turn when investigators started looking at her own son, Salim, as a potential suspect. At the time, Salim was serving a 2.5-year prison sentence for assaulting his sister and possessing an unauthorized firearm. He'd been arrested for the crime only about a week after his mother went missing. It's unclear what exactly led the authorities to begin suspecting him. However, investigators revealed that Salim's behavior was one of several leads that they were pursuing to shed light on his mother's suspicious disappearance. Things soon took a dramatic turn on May 23, 2020, at midday, when Salim made a daring escape from the Glen Innes Correction Center, where he was imprisoned. It was later revealed that he'd simply walked out of the low-security prison and stolen a red Subaru WRX to make his getaway. The daring jailbreak sent the police force into overdrive, with a massive manhunt launched to apprehend the fugitive. The following day, the stolen car was spotted in Moree, 210 kilometers away from the correctional center. The police wasted no time and immediately started pursuing the vehicle. However, the chase quickly turned dangerous as the car began to speed off recklessly, forcing the police to abandon the pursuit for safety reasons. But that didn't stop the police from continuing their search. With the help of helicopters and the dog unit, they later found the abandoned car, but Salim was nowhere to be found. Salim remained on the run for 8 long months, constantly looking over his shoulder and never staying in one place for too long. The police were hot on his trail, conducting extensive searches and inquiries in a desperate bid to track him down. Then on January the 11th, 2021, officers from the Hawkesbury Police Area Command finally got a break. They received a tip-off that Salim was hiding out in a house on New Street in Windsor. In the early hours of the morning, they arrived at the property and, with the help of the dog unit, searched the premises. As they entered the house, Salim made a desperate attempt to escape out the back. But it was too late. The police caught up with them and placed him under arrest. Salim was taken to Windsor Police Station, where they executed 2 outstanding warrants against him for inmate escape, attempt to escape from lawful custody, and stealing a motor vehicle. However, despite the capture of Salim, there was still no news on the whereabouts of his mother, Nadir, and the mystery of her disappearance remained unsolved. As the years passed, the hope of finding Nadir alive dwindled. Then, on a fateful Monday in March 2023, a coronial inquest into her suspected death began. But before any answers could be uncovered, the inquiry was suddenly halted due to shocking new information. Though the authorities were tight-lipped about the details, it became clear that the spotlight was once again on Nadir's son, Salim. Following further inquiries, the police made their move. On the 21st of March 2023, they finally arrested Salim, now 47, at the Wagga Wagga police station. He was charged with the murder of his own mother. That same day, the court heard that he allegedly committed the heinous crime somewhere between the 6th and 11th of December 2018 in the Blacktown area. Salim's plea for bail was denied, and he now faced a long and arduous legal battle ahead. Sue Sensoy, who's Nadir's daughter, was relieved when she heard the news of her brother Salim's arrest for their mother's murder. Sue expressed the family's hope that with Salim's arrest, they could finally find Nadir's body and bring her home for a proper burial. However, the road ahead is still uncertain. No one knows what the future held for Salim's case, or if they'd ever uncover the truth about what really happened to their mother. As the clock struck midnight on March 21st, 2002, a chilling discovery was made on the desolate side of the road in Spanaway, Washington. The lifeless body of a white woman, stripped of all clothing, lay motionless in the 15,600 block of 74th Avenue East. As the police rushed to the scene, they could feel the tension building in their veins. They had no idea what to expect, but nothing could have prepared them for the sight that lay before them. It was immediately clear that the woman had met a gruesome fate, and the officers were left to wonder who she was and what could have led to her demise. Undeterred by the lack of clues, the detectives were determined to uncover the truth. They combed through every inch of the surrounding area, searching for any shred of evidence that could lead them to the answers they desperately sought. But the scene remained eerily silent, offering no hint as to what had happened. The detectives were struck by the absence of any visible marks on the victim's body. With this, they believed that she'd likely been killed somewhere and then unceremoniously dumped on the side of the road. The woman was eventually transported away from the scene for further examination. As detectives watched her being taken away, they stood in stoic silence, their faces set with fierce determination. Their minds raced with thoughts of the investigation ahead as they plotted their next moves. They would not rest until every stone had been turned, every lead had been followed, and the culprit had been brought to justice. The autopsy performed on the woman revealed a horrifying truth. She had been strangled to death. But the Pierce County Medical Examiner's Office wasn't content with just that. They knew that every clue mattered in solving a case like this, so they took a DNA sample from her body during the autopsy. The Pierce County Medical Examiner's Office was also able to identify the woman through her fingerprints. Her name was Sharon Van Gilder, and the detectives knew that they were one step closer to cracking the case. The discovery of Sharon's identity brought a sense of relief to the investigators, but it also opened up a whole new set of questions. Who was Sharon? Detectives soon dug into her background and discovered that she was a 39-year-old devoted mother of 2 children and a beloved member of her community. She grew up in Enumclaw with several siblings, but not much was known about her early life. Those who knew her described her as a kind and caring person, always willing to lend a helping hand. Her tragic death left a hole in the lives of all who had known her, and her community was left reeling from the shock of her passing. As the investigation into Sharon's death began, detectives were met with more questions than answers. They were, however, determined to crack the case and give Sharon's family the justice they deserved. As detectives delved into the investigation, they found out that Sharon was last seen leaving a bar in Tacoma with a man named Miguel Ángel Urbano Vasquez. This discovery immediately made Miguel a suspect, and the authorities began their hunt for him. The Washington State Patrol Crime Lab was also working hard to gather more evidence, and with the DNA samples taken from the crime scene, they needed to compare it to Miguel's DNA to determine if he was indeed the killer. However, capturing Miguel proved to be a daunting task, and the authorities soon realized that this would not be an easy feat. Just as authorities were closing in on him, Miguel vanished without a trace, escaping to Mexico. Despite their best efforts, detectives were unable to track him down. As time passed, the investigation ran dry and the case went cold, leaving Sharon's loved ones with heavy hearts and no closure. They were left to mourn their loss and wonder if justice would ever be served. Meanwhile, Miguel roamed free, living his life without a care in the world. But little did he know that the law was never going to give up on finding him. In 2012, the Pierce County Sheriff's Department Cold Case Unit was formed, and a dedicated detective, Tim Coble, took over Sharon's murder case. Tim put his heart and soul into the investigation, determined to solve the mystery that had gone unsolved for years. During his probe, he made a shocking discovery. It occurred in Tacoma around the same time as Sharon's murder. The same man was connected to both crimes, and it was none other than Miguel. The first victim had reported in June 2002 that she was hit over the head with a wrench and in a Lincoln District garage. About 2 months later, in August 2002, the second woman reported that she was violent in the same garage and then escaped down an alley. Astonishingly, the Tacoma detectives who were working on the two cases at the time had no idea about Miguel's connection to Sharon's murder, and as a result, they'd not bothered to submit DNA from the crime lab for comparison to its database. Detective Tim felt like he was finally on the right track, like he'd found the missing puzzle piece. He sent the DNA samples from Sharon's murder, as well as the two other cases for testing, and waited anxiously for the results. Finally, in late April 2012, the results came back and confirmed what he had suspected all along. Miguel was the culprit behind all three heinous crimes. But the investigation didn't stop there. Months later, detectives were able to link Miguel to yet another crime that happened in October 2002. The victim recounted how she was lured into a car with two people who offered her drugs. But when she refused their proposition of exchanging money for sexual acts, they turned violent and resorted to using physical force on her. DNA samples taken from this crime scene matched those found at the two earlier crimes and Sharon's murder. The detectives finally had a break in their case after years of investigation. They had enough evidence to arrest Miguel for the murder of Sharon Van Gilder, as well as two other crimes in Tacoma. The Pierce County Prosecutor's Office filed charges against Miguel, and a warrant was issued for his arrest. However, the detectives faced a daunting challenge. They had no idea where Miguel was hiding in Mexico. The search for the fugitive suspect was intense and challenging, but detectives refused to give up. With their eyes peeled and ears to the ground, they persisted in their search, determined to bring him to justice. As days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, and months into years, the detectives were about to give up hope. But then, in 2019, a glimmer of hope emerged for detectives when the FBI informed them of Miguel's whereabouts. Determined to see him face justice, detectives sprang into action and began the lengthy process of securing the necessary paperwork to extradite him to the United States. The process was a long and arduous one, but the detectives refused to give up. Finally, after 4 years of fighting, all the paperwork was processed, and the FBI, working with the Mexican authorities, were able to arrest Miguel on March 14, 2023, bringing an end to his years on the run. At the moment, detectives are working tirelessly to extradite Miguel to Washington to stand trial for his heinous crimes. Miguel's arrest has also brought a renewed sense of hope and closure to Sharon's family and friends. The story began in Southern California, a region known for its sunny weather, laid-back lifestyle, and stunning natural beauty. The region boasts an eclectic mix of cultural influences, from Hollywood glamour to Mexican heritage, which has shaped its unique identity. It's also home to some of the world's most famous attractions, including Disneyland, Universal Studios Hollywood, and the Santa Monica Pier. But this is also the same place where one man's horrific string of murders began. On July 25, 1980, Brentwood resident and Palisades High School student Carrie Lenander and her best friend Tony Garfield, both 15, both Pal High juniors, hitchhiked a ride at the corner of Wilshire and Barrington. The man who picked them up was described as a male Caucasian known only as Ken from Canada. The man gave the girls a ride first to the Hollywood area, where they stopped to use the bathroom. Carrie and Tony had been drinking prior to hitchhiking the ride, so when Tony started to feel dizzy in the bathroom, she told Carrie that she needed to go home. Ken drove the girls back to Brentwood and dropped Tony off at her house. Sadly, that was the last Tony saw of her friend alive. The events that followed leading up to Lenander's murder remain unknown. But the next day, on July 26, 1980, at around 4:30 a.m., Carrie's lifeless body was found in a street gutter on the 3700 block of Victoria Avenue in South Los Angeles. The only evidence police found after scouring over the crime scene was white rock material. It was placed, along with the foliage, in her hair and found near her body. The material matched the material found at the property across from the Lenander residence. This finding suggested that her murderer was someone who most likely knew her or had been stalking her in the days prior to her death. However, Tony Garfield did not know anything about the individual in question. The autopsy report showed that Carrie was assaulted and strangled to death. An unknown DNA sample, which likely belonged to the perpetrator, was collected from Carrie's body and stored away for future use. Technology in the 80s was not advanced enough for it to be of any help at the time. Detective Tim Marcia, who was working on the case at the time, believed that Ken and Carrie went to Carrie's residence where she changed clothes before they went out again. However, how and when the murderer ended up killing Carrie could not be specified. Carrie Lenander's parents, Carl J. Lenander III and Joyce Fadden, were obviously devastated at their daughter's death and were willing to do everything to get justice for Carrie. They even offered $50,000 along with the $25,000 reward offered by LA City Council. In the news outlets, Carrie's parents tearfully showed how Carrie, who was just 9 days shy of her 16th birthday, loved life. They pleaded with the public to come forward with any information regarding Carrie's murder. Although her death was not highly publicized, famous shows such as Lost Lives and 60 Minutes briefly covered her story. Investigators were determined to track down the killer, despite a lack of solid leads. They interviewed several people and had a suspect on their radar, but could not make an arrest. Slowly, the case went cold, as every effort from law enforcement to solve Carrie's murder remained fruitless. The case was reopened in early 2002 by the LAPD Cold Case Homicide Unit. But this time, too, they were unsuccessful in apprehending the killer. For the next 2 decades, the case lay dormant in the files of the Los Angeles Police Department. Meanwhile, Carrie's family spent their days in agony, mourning her loss and waiting for justice. In 2022, the case came to a full circle when DNA evidence tied a 76-year-old man named Billy Ray Richardson to the case. However, investigators did not elaborate on the circumstances under which he was finally linked to the crime after more than 40 years. Shockingly, investigators have also connected him to 3 more murders in Southern California that occurred back in the 80s and 90s. One of the crimes Richardson was connected to was the killings of 25-year-old Beverly Cruz and 22-year-old Deborah Cruz. The naked bodies of the sisters were found in an apartment in the 3200 block of Overland Avenue in the Palms area of West Los Angeles. Their brother, James Cruz, had discovered the decomposing bodies on March 6, 1980. when he went to check in on them after not hearing from them for several days. They were each shot in the head 3 times. Another murder Richardson was linked to was the slaying of 28-year-old Trina Wilson. On December 31, 1995, she was found with her throat slashed in North Park in Inglewood. No other details about Trina's death are available at this time. All 4 of his murders seemed to be sexually motivated. On July 14, 2022, Richardson was arrested in Fort Worth, Texas, on the charges of multiple murders, sexual assault, and burglary. He was then extradited to Los Angeles to stand trial. The arrest was the result of a collaborative investigation involving the Inglewood Police Department, Fort Worth Police Department, LAPD, FBI, and investigators from the Los Angeles County DA's office. Pending his trial, he was sent to the Tarrant County Jail. While awaiting trial behind bars, Billy Ray Richardson was brought to the hospital in a wheelchair, where he was pronounced dead on February 15, 2023. Richardson died from complications of a cervical spine injury and blunt force trauma. According to records from the coroner's office, his manner of death was concluded to be an accident. The coroner's office also listed COVID-19, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and dementia as other significant conditions and factors in Richardson's demise. Outside a downtown Los Angeles courtroom, Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman said, "I just feel very sad for the families that will never get to see him held responsible for the crimes he committed, the horrendous murders of these 4 young women. I hope at the very least it brings them some peace to know we've identified the perpetrator and he's no longer living among us." Nancy McKeevers was born in Portland, Oregon on the 16th of October 1954 to parents Henry Carl Pepper and Lenore Pepper. She was a middle child who had an older sister, Janet, and a younger sister named Diane. Growing up, Nancy quickly established herself as the glue that held her family together. Her sisters describe her as the mediator, who had a heart full of love and an easygoing nature that kept them all close. Nancy attended Reynolds High School, where she excelled both academically and socially. With big dreams and a bright future ahead of her, Nancy decided to further her education and enrolled at the prestigious Oregon State University. As Nancy pursued her dreams, fate intervened, and she met the love of her life, Randy McKeevers. The details of their meeting remain a mystery, but it seemed their love story was written in the stars. In no time, the couple was married, and they settled in the city of Tigard, Oregon. Their bundle of joy, baby Ross, was born around 1982, and he completed their picture-perfect family. But alas, life is never without its twists and turns. It was a dreary winter morning on January 2, 1983, when tragedy struck the peaceful suburb of Tigard. The local sheriff's office received a frantic call from Randall, husband of the beloved Nancy, reporting that his wife had taken her own life. The deputies immediately sprang into action, racing to the couple's home to see what had happened. As they arrived, they were met with a chilling sight. Nancy lay motionless on the floor with a bullet wound to her head. Beside her was a Smith & Wesson revolver, the weapon that had ended her life. Randall stood by, clearly agitated, with their young son by his side. The deputies wasted no time in rushing Nancy to the nearest hospital, but it was too late. The doctors could do nothing to save her, and she was declared dead. As the authorities tried to piece together what had happened, they turned to Randall for answers. His story was confusing, to say the least. At first, he claimed that there'd been a struggle over the gun, that he'd tried to wrestle it away from Nancy before it was too late. But as the investigation continued, Randall's story started to change. He now said that he'd walked in on Nancy as she pulled the trigger, with no struggle involved. The detectives were left scratching their heads, trying to determine what had really happened. Despite the initial reports from Randall that his wife had taken her own life, detectives were immediately suspicious. They knew that they had to look more closely at the evidence to uncover the truth. With the help of the Washington County Medical Examiner's Office, the Oregon State Police Medical Examiner's Office, and the Oregon State Police Crime Lab, they began a meticulous examination of the crime scene. Forensic evidence was collected, and the gun that Nancy had supposedly used to take her own life was scrutinized. But as the evidence was analyzed, things didn't add up. The detectives discovered that Nancy had no gunpowder residue on her hands, indicating that she hadn't pulled the trigger. In addition, they found 2 areas on her clothes that had charred particles, and this suggested she had tried to defend herself. But the most damning evidence of all was the distance between the gun's muzzle and the wound on her head. The distance was inconsistent with what would be expected in a suicide, leaving detectives to conclude that Nancy had not shot herself. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly coming together, and the evidence pointed in one direction, towards Randall. The month following Nancy's tragic death, detectives received a series of phone calls that revealed an unsettling truth about the state of her marriage. Co-workers and friends of Randy disclosed that Nancy had been contemplating divorce, and that Randy had displayed concerning behavior that pointed towards him wanting to kill her. As the investigation continued, the authorities requested that Randy take a polygraph exam to aid in their search for the truth. But Randy refused to take the test and even stopped cooperating with the investigation altogether. Despite the mounting evidence and Randy's suspicious behavior, the case eventually reached a dead end in August 1983, leaving Nancy's loved ones without any answers or closure. Almost 4 decades later, in August 2022, Detective Anel Serik and the Violent Crimes Unit decided to reopen the investigation. Armed with new technology and forensic techniques, they examined the evidence with a fresh set of eyes. The Oregon State Police Crime Lab reviewed the lab results from 1983, which only reinforced the belief that Nancy did not take her own life. To gather more information, the detectives conducted over 20 interviews with individuals, including detectives, deputies, and firefighters who responded to the scene back in 1983. These interviews revealed new leads that could potentially crack the case wide open. In January 2023, detectives finally spoke with Randy, who was still living in Tigard. During the interview, Randy confessed to seeking therapy to forget the day of Nancy's death. When asked if his wife had any history of mental health issues, he told detectives that she didn't. However, he also claimed that he had nothing to do with her death. Despite his denial, the detectives believed strongly that Randy was hiding something because all the evidence pointed in his direction. Following this, detectives referred the case to the Washington County District Attorney's Office, hoping to secure a grand jury indictment against Randy and finally get justice for Nancy. But just as it seemed like justice might finally be served, sadly, on February the 8th, 2023, Randy took his own life. In his final moments, he left behind a note denying any involvement in Nancy's death. The detectives on the case were devastated and were left to grapple with the bitter taste of unfinished business. They'd worked tirelessly for months, poring over evidence, interviewing witnesses, and following every lead. With their main suspect now gone, they knew that the case would likely remain unsolved. In the aftermath, Nancy's surviving loved ones, including her mother and 2 sisters, were left to pick up the pieces. Even though the case was officially closed due to Randy's passing, Nancy's family felt some semblance of closure. For them, Randy's actions spoke louder than any words ever could. Though they would never know the whole truth about what had happened to Nancy, they were grateful for the detectives' efforts. Battle Creek in southwest Michigan is an inviting town known for its friendly neighborhoods and booming economic industry. Being a thriving community in the USA, it harbors a diverse population of people. And one of those people, in 2005, was an innocent 21-year-old girl, Ashley Parlier, who had faith in the goodness of the world. Unfortunately, she became a victim of a brutal crime that same year. Ashley Parlier was born to Sherry and Russell Parlier on October 16, 1983. She was always a shy and quiet kid who had a handful of friends. Her family had always been worried about her as she was very naive, trusting and innocent. Ashley's older sister, Nicole Campen, said, "One of the biggest things I remember about her is she was so trusting and she really just saw good in people. She wanted people to be what she thought the world should be, and that was good." Brown-eyed Ashley had a beautiful smile with crooked teeth. She graduated from Battle Creek Central High School and worked at the nearest Taco Bell restaurant in the 800 block of Northeast Capitol Avenue. Ashley was a lean and petite girl who weighed only 100 pounds. At the age of 21, she had a mental capacity of a 12 to 14-year-old. So when her parents, Russell and Sherry Parlier, saw her with a baby bump, they were worried. They wanted her to see a doctor and get prenatal care, but Ashley was not happy with the interference. In a fit of rage, she left her house in Bedford Township in the Urbandale neighborhood in Battle Creek on June 12, 2005, with nothing but $700 that she had with her, as she'd been saving up some money to buy a car. It was the last time she was seen by her parents. Initially, the family thought she'd gone off to a friend's place to blow off some steam and would eventually return. But she never came back home. A day passed, then two, then more. Finally, about a week later, they reported her missing to the police. The investigators immediately released the information about her physical appearance to the public. She was 5 foot 9 inches tall and was last seen in a checkered shirt and a pair of blue jeans, paired with brown leather sandals. Sooner than expected, police received multiple tips that she'd been seen in different parts of the city, especially in the Houghton Lake area. But all the tips led the police to dead ends. Her family was growing more worried with each passing minute. They just wanted to find her as soon as possible. Then, the investigators shifted their focus to Ashley's parents, who had not reported her missing immediately. When interrogated, her father agreed to take a polygraph test and was cleared. However, Sherry, Ashley's mother, who'd started showing signs of Huntington's disease, declined to take the polygraph test. Ashley's sister Nicole came to the defense of her parents by stating that the argument had left them worried and they assumed the same was true for Ashley, who must have required some time to process things. They had hoped that she'd return by the weekend. Nicole explained that they lived in a small town in Michigan where sudden disappearances were not common. None of them thought that it would take years for them to know what really happened to her. Now that her parents were in the clear, police searched for Ashley's ex-boyfriend, assuming that he was the father of Ashley's child. However, when they found him, he said that he didn't know anything about Ashley's pregnancy. He was still a person of interest, but nothing tied him to the crime. Her friends, family, and colleagues were interrogated, but nothing could be found. It had been days since her disappearance. She had no driver's license or credit card with her, and the $700 that she had wouldn't have been enough to survive for days on end. Every hope of finding Ashley alive and well was diminishing. The police continued to work on the case with dedication and determination for years, but no leads, suspects, or evidence could be generated. The investigation eventually turned cold. Since Ashley's disappearance, multiple officers had taken the lead in trying to find out what had happened to her. In March 2021, detectives were still looking for answers. Sheriff Steve Hinckley even informed the media about how officers traveled to California, Maryland, and Pennsylvania to investigate Parlier's case. Calhoun County Sheriff's Department Detective John Pignataro, Detective David Huminga, and Detective Sergeant Chris Suarez of the Michigan State Police were part of the investigation team. Ashley's disappearance remained a mystery until a new angle came to light when Pennsylvania law enforcement contacted Calhoun County officers after unexpectedly finding a lead in Ashley Parlier's case. In January 2021, when Pennsylvania investigators were questioning 44-year-old serial killer Harold David Holman III for the murder of two different women, Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz, he asked if the police could merge all three cases of Phillips, Schultz, and Parlier. He wanted to avoid the death penalty. However, what perplexed the detectives was that they'd never mentioned anything about Parlier. When they researched and interrogated further, they found that Holman was involved in yet another horrific murder. He had practically confessed to killing Ashley Parlier. All that was needed now were the answers and reasons. Harold David Holman III was born on November 29, 1978, and lived in Germany with his father in his late teenage years. His father later went to Turkey, and Holman stayed in Germany with his girlfriend. His criminal side surfaced when he was 20. On the 30th of May, 1999, Holman was sitting around a campfire when a man, Joseph Whitehurst, a 21-year-old son of an Air Force colonel, stood up and started dancing. Holman felt threatened by this act and attacked him. Joseph, who was initially thought to be missing, was found outside Ramstein Air Base after a few days. He'd been bludgeoned to death using a club that was also found at the crime scene. Holman's crime came to light after he was arrested for an unrelated crime, and he confessed to Joseph's murder. He said,
I killed him. I hit him in the head with a log, and he died right there, probably. I don't know exactly. It was dark. We were sitting there by a campfire. I hit him hard, and I hit him multiple times.
Since he was not 21 yet, according to German law, he was tried as a juvenile and was sentenced to a 6-year term at a German reform school. Then he returned to America and got a job as a truck driver. After his partial confession about Ashley's murder, Calhoun County PD took over the case and interrogated Holman. The first discovery was that he was a resident of Battle Creek between 2002 and 2009. The second was that he'd met Ashley in a bowling alley where she'd been with her family. Following that day, they'd been in touch. The third shocking discovery was that Holman was, in fact, the father of the child she was carrying. Further interrogation with Holman unlocked a series of mysteries. He told the police that Ashley came to his house in Emmett Township, Michigan, after her argument with her parents. She told them that they wanted her to get a pregnancy test done. Somehow, on the evening of June 13, 2005, Ashley and Holman ended up in an argument, and he knocked her unconscious after assaulting her. She was then taken to the Pennsylvania hills, where he bashed in her head numerous times until her body went still. He used a log to hit her and left her somewhere in the northern part of Newton Township in an overgrown field, 10 miles from the town. He came home and took a shower. Then he went out again to get rid of his bloody clothing at his workplace at Major, a supercenter chain. He allegedly felt so bad after killing her that he stayed drunk for at least 3 weeks and even went to check on her remains years later, but found only bones. After Ashley's death, Holman researched serial killers, mainly Silence of the Lambs and Hannibal Lecter. When he was interrogated about which homicide he remembered the most, he answered that he could share vivid details of any murder as he remembered them all. He even admitted that if he hadn't been caught, he would have killed someone again. He said that he killed Ashley after he lost his senses, but did not want to do that. After his supposed accidental murder of Ashley Parlier, Holman, who'd been diagnosed with schizophrenia, said that he wanted to kill again after a few years had passed. So on June 13, 2018, he found his new target. A mother of 2 children, Tiana Phillips, disappeared, never to be found again. Similarly, on December 6, 2020, Erica Schultz, a 26-year-old autistic woman, was supposed to meet an online date who went by the name Dave. The date went awry and she was soon missing. Her concerned family and friends contacted police, who checked her contact history and found Holman as the prime suspect. On December 27, 2020, a Norfolk Southern police officer arrested him along railroad tracks in Duncannon, Pennsylvania, with a self-inflicted wound. Holman told him that he needed to die for his sins and confessed to killing Schultz and Phillips while receiving treatment in the hospital. He was sent to jail, where he wrote a letter to his ex-wife detailing every bit of his brutal act in killing Tiana. In fact, he sent this to his ex-wife to comfort her, that he would not have done anything like that to her. He revealed that there was no real reason to kill Tiana, except to feel that rush again. Later, when he murdered Erica, he said it was just like another day in the park. Holman was not an ordinary man. The police believed that he was a seasoned serial killer, with his MO always being the same: disappearing victims, blunt force trauma to the head, making sure they were unconscious before attacking, dumping bodies without burying them, and checking up on the remains after some months. Calhoun County Sheriff's Department Detective John Pignataro said that Hallman did not have a permanent address in Pennsylvania in 2021 and blamed his unsuccessful marriage for everything that happened. He believed that there were alphas and non-alphas. He said, "That's just the way. There's the master and there's the submissive, or whatever you want to call it. That's the way life is built." So, when his wife didn't submit to him, he had to look for that dynamic in extramarital affairs. Later, Hallman gave an apology to the Parlier family and denied having planned it out. He said he regretted Ashley's murder more than any of them. However, Nicole, Ashley's sister, could not believe that the apology was coming from him after he killed her innocent sister, who had gone over to Hallman's place because she needed help. She'd been confused and scared, but he decided to kill her. Hallman believed that things had gotten out of hand and he lost control, but he also explained the entire killing process as a kind of ultimate adrenaline rush that couldn't be compared with anything. Nicole felt sad for her parents, as it was really hard for them not knowing what happened to their daughter for so many years. Her mother's Huntington's progressed very quickly due to grief and depression, and her father too passed away while depressed and waiting for Ashley to return. Although the killer has been identified, Ashley was still not home. In an effort to search for Ashley's remains, police asked Hallman to show them the area where he'd left her body. He agreed to help Calhoun County Police to find the remains of Ashley in the area where he allegedly disposed of her as a part of the plea deal with the Luzerne County District Attorney's Office, in exchange for not receiving the death penalty. Hallman led them to a wooded area at 6.5 Mile Road in Newton Township, which is south of Battle Creek. Even with almost 24 officers searching the area on March 30th, 2022 for several hours, they could not find her body. Residents of the area recalled that the area used to be farmland in 2005. Over the years, it was divided up and sold to different property owners. Hallman said that after all these years and whatever development had happened in the area, he could not properly place where he'd left Ashley. However, the police said that they would not give up on her. In July 2021, police charged Hallman with the murder of 21-year-old Ashley Parlier. He was facing the death penalty, so he pleaded guilty to Schultz and Phillips's murder in September 2021 in the hopes of avoiding it. He was sentenced to 2 terms of life in prison and was not granted any parole. Luzerne County President Judge Michael T. Vall called him evil for taking all those innocent women into the woods and killing them for no reason at all. He was so affected by Hallman's crimes that he said he had not seen anyone like Harold Hallman in his career of 30 years. In February of 2023, Hallman pleaded guilty to the second-degree murder of Ashley Parlier. He was sentenced to 37.5 to 60 years in prison in his trial on April 10, 2023. Hallman stated that he could not offer any comforting words, but asked Ashley's family to beat him up with a log. But Nicole knew better than to accept the apology of a serial killer who hadn't just killed her sister, but also had 3 other victims. Until Hallman confessed, the whole world had suspected Ashley's parents had something to do with her disappearance. Hallman's trial provided a forum to Nicole, who gave a victim impact statement on behalf of the entire family. She was joined by the older sisters of other Pennsylvania victims, who got in connection with her through a Facebook page called Bring Ashley Home, and believed that they were bonded by sadness of life in prison. Nicole said, "We're going to remember our sisters. We're going to remember Ashley and Tiana and Erica, and not him. We're going to remember how they were good people who loved and were caring, and he's just going to rot." The Calhoun County Sheriff, Steve Hinckley, is still looking for any information that would be helpful in Ashley Parlier's case, which finally received some closure after 18 years. Todd Lamphy was born in 1980 in Mississippi. There's not much known about his early life, but what is certain is that he left his hometown in 2002 in search of a fresh start. He quickly made the picturesque seaside town of Hyannis, Massachusetts his new home. Those who knew Todd describe him as a vibrant and charismatic man who brought life and energy to the community. With a welcoming nature that drew people in, he was a true beacon of positivity. He was also the proud father of 3 beautiful little girls, each born to a different mother. Despite the complexities of co-parenting, Todd remained devoted to his daughters, working tirelessly to provide for them and spending every spare moment showering them with love and attention. But Todd's life was not all sunshine and rainbows. He'd found himself in trouble with the law more than once and had faced his fair share of setbacks. However, Todd refused to let his past define him. He was a fighter and was determined to make a better life for himself and his loved ones. However, things soon took a dark and unexpected turn. On February 27, 2011, Todd, who was 31 years old at the time, was enjoying a peaceful evening at his home in Hyannis. His girlfriend, Tyasia Warrens, the mother of one of his daughters, and her mother, Deborah Cook Warren, were also at home with them. Curtis Collins, Todd's good friend, soon arrived and joined them for dinner. Afterwards, they settled in to watch a basketball game in the bedroom. As the game unfolded, Curtis suddenly left the room to talk to Tyasia, leaving Todd alone in the bedroom. But moments later, the tranquility of the evening was shattered by gunshots that echoed through the house. Todd's screams filled the air, sending Tyasia running to the bedroom in a state of panic. What she saw there would haunt her forever. Todd, standing with blood pouring from his body, gasped that he'd been shot. She rushed to support him, but it was too late. The peaceful evening had turned into a nightmare. Curtis called 911 in a panic, and soon police, as well as paramedics, arrived on the scene. They discovered that Todd had already passed away. As detectives arrived at the scene, they meticulously examined every inch of the house for clues. Their search led them outside the front bedroom window, where they discovered 3 .22 caliber federal ammunition shell casings, indicating that the killer had fired from outside. But that wasn't all they found. They also found a sweet potato with a flat cut on one end, which they suspected was used as a makeshift silencer to muffle the sound of the gunshots. The detectives couldn't help but feel like they were living out a scene from the HBO crime drama series titled The Wire, in which a sweet potato had been used as a silencer to mask a gunshot. As detectives continued their search, they discovered a Black Boost mobile cell phone in the grass near the corner of the house, which belonged to Curtis. He told detectives that he'd lost it during the ensuing commotion. A day after the tragedy, the autopsy report was released, revealing that Todd had suffered from 3 gunshot wounds that had caused fractures in his ribs and injuries to his lungs, ultimately leading to his death. The news only fueled detectives Jason Laborer and Thomas Chevalier's determination to bring justice to Todd and his family. The 2 detectives wasted no time and called in Curtis for questioning. Curtis spilled his account of events leading up to the shooting and admitted to using his blue Sanyo phone a few minutes before the incident occurred. The detectives decided to take a closer look at Curtis's phones, including the Black Boost mobile phone found at the scene of the crime. They then presented him with a consent form to authorize the search. Suspicions arose when they looked through Curtis's blue Sanyo. The call records for the phone obtained from a telecommunications company and the visual call history on the phone didn't match up. Calls made and received by Curtis from a particular number just before and after the shooting were mysteriously missing from his phone's log. The detectives suspected that Curtis manually deleted them to cover up something. Further investigation led the detectives to a man named Deveris Hampton. He was the individual Curtis had been communicating with before and after the shooting. Hampton was already in trouble with the law and was being monitored with a GPS tracking bracelet at the time of the shooting. The detectives dug into the data recorded by the bracelet and found shocking evidence. The GPS data showed that Hampton was in the vicinity of Todd's home precisely at the time of the shooting. Days after Todd's murder, detectives Jason and Thomas saw an opportunity to get some answers when Hampton was arrested for an unrelated matter. But their hopes were quickly dashed as Hampton remained tight-lipped and refused to cooperate. However, their fortunes changed on March 18, 2011, when two workers from Sullivan Engineering stumbled upon a firearm in the murky waters of the mill pond in the Marston's Mills section of Barnstable. When the detectives examined the weapon, they were astonished to find that it contained live rounds of the same caliber as the spent shell casing found at the scene of Todd's shooting. It was almost certainly the murder weapon. But the investigation into Todd's death seemed to stall after that. Despite this, detectives remained vigilant, especially when it came to Hampton. They knew he was involved in some way, and they were determined to uncover the truth, no matter how long it took. In 2012, detectives were faced with a breakthrough in Todd's murder case when they conducted a DNA analysis on a potato found at the crime scene. The results showed a mixture of two human DNA samples, with one belonging to a man. Obtaining Hampton's DNA to make a comparison with the one found on the potato proved difficult until a stroke of luck in 2016. On a particular day in October of that year, detectives watched as Hampton spat phlegm into a puddle. They quickly collected it for analysis. In 2018, detectives received even more damning evidence against Hampton. GPS tracking data showed that on the night of February 28, 2011, he'd made a stop at the mill pond in Marsden's Mills, just 23 feet from where the firearm used in Todd's shooting was discovered. Things got even more interesting from there. The results from the analysis of his phlegm also came back that same year and showed a high probability that the DNA on the potato found at the crime scene matched his. With all this compelling evidence, it was clear that Hampton was involved in the crime. On February 24, 2023, justice finally caught up with Hampton. He was apprehended and charged with murder and assault with a deadly weapon in relation to the death of Todd. On the 12th anniversary of Todd's death, which was February 27, 2023, he appeared in court where he pleaded not guilty. He was ordered to be held without bail until his probable cause hearing on April 5, 2023. A few days later, on March 7, 2023, Curtis, who was considered a potential accomplice, was also taken into custody and charged with one count of murder. He appeared in court the next day and pleaded not guilty. With all of these happenings, the community is hopeful that justice will finally be served for Todd. Nestled in the heart of Knoxville, Tennessee, Buck Tom's Park may not have been the biggest playground around, but it was a haven for families seeking a peaceful retreat amidst the hustle and bustle of the city. Children's laughter and the sounds of swings creaking filled the air during the day, but as the sun set, the park's serene atmosphere took on a darker edge. For some, it was a secret sanctuary to indulge in a forbidden vice or two, shrouded by the cloak of nightfall. But on one fateful April 13th in 1984, the tranquil setting of Buck Tom's Park was shattered by a gut-wrenching discovery that would leave the community reeling. What was found among the trees and slides that day would shake the town to its core and haunt the memories of those who bore witness to it. As fate would have it, the one who stumbled upon the horrifying scene in Buck Tom's Park was none other than a young girl who called the neighborhood next door her home. With an innocent heart and a curious mind, she'd been playing around the park when something caught her eye. It was the body of a woman. As she approached the figure lying motionless in a pool of crimson, a chill ran down her spine. The woman's face was obscured, buried in the dirt and leaves, but the girl could tell from her position that something was terribly wrong. Her heart pounding in her chest, the child bravely edged closer, only to recoil in horror at the sight before her. The woman's clothes were disheveled, and her body was riddled with gaping wounds. The little girl gasped as she saw a knife, its blade and handle shattered, lying ominously next to the victim. The brutality of the scene was almost too much to bear, even for an innocent child. The girl's heart was racing as she ran towards the nearest adult she could find, her voice quivering as she described the gruesome sight she'd stumbled upon. Horror and panic coursed through her veins, and she could barely wrap her head around the atrocity that had just unfolded before her eyes. But her bravery in speaking up was enough to rally a group of concerned citizens who immediately sprang into action and contacted the authorities. In no time, the serene playground of Buck Tom's Park was transformed into a hive of activity as police officers swarmed the area, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The heinousness of the crime was apparent to all, but they couldn't help but wonder who could commit such an atrocity. With the utmost care, they combed the scene for any evidence that could shed light on the victim's fate. Every stone was turned, every bush scrutinized, but their efforts yielded nothing. It was as if the perpetrator had vanished into thin air. Finally, the woman's battered body was loaded into an ambulance and whisked away, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The victim's identity was soon revealed to be that of Terry Lynn Majors Kirkland, a young woman of only 23 years old. Born in 1960, Terry had roots in Knoxville, with family members including her mother, stepfather, siblings, and half-siblings. But beyond those basic details, little's known about her life, including her upbringing, schooling, and the events that led to her tragic end. The news of Terry's death spread like wildfire throughout the community, sending shockwaves of grief and fear in its wake. Her family, who had been contacted with the devastating news, were left reeling with heartbreak and disbelief. How could Terry, so young and full of life, be taken from them in such a brutal way? But Terry's family was not alone in their grief. The entire community was rocked by the tragedy, and people in the area couldn't stop talking about it. They struggled to come to terms with the brutal violence that had shattered their peaceful haven. The fact that such a horrific crime had taken place in a public space only added to the fear and paranoia that gripped the community. Parents were afraid to let their children out of their sight, and even adults were hesitant to venture out after dark. The once familiar streets and playgrounds now seemed to hold a sinister presence, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface. When the results of the autopsy conducted on Terry were finally released, they revealed a new and horrifying detail. Terry had not only suffered multiple stab wounds, but she'd also been struck in the head with a brutal blow. An investigation into Terry's murder soon began, and it was one of the most intense and exhaustive hunts for a killer in the history of Knoxville, Tennessee. Detectives worked around the clock, conducting interviews, following leads, and poring over every scrap of evidence. But despite their best efforts, the killer remained elusive, taunting them from the shadows. In a desperate bid to crack the case, former Tennessee Governor Lamar Alexander offered a hefty reward for information leading to the capture of Terry's killer. But even the promise of a cash windfall was not enough to coax anyone forward. For the detectives assigned to the case, it was a frustrating and demoralizing time. Every lead seemed to peter out into a dead end. Every interview yielded nothing but vague rumors and hearsay. As the years ticked by, Terry's family was left to grieve alone, her memory fading into obscurity. It seemed as if the killer had gotten away with murder, and justice for Terry Lynn Majors Kirkland was forever out of reach. After years of silence, the investigation into Terry Kirkland's brutal murder was reignited in 2018. Detective Jeff Day from the Knoxville Police Department was assigned to the case, and he was determined to bring the killer to justice. As he delved into the case files, he became convinced that the killer was someone who knew Terry intimately. He reasoned that the level of violence in the crime indicated a personal motive. Detective Jeff hoped that someone in the community would come forward with information. He believed that there was someone out there who knew something about Terry's death. He even hinted during a media interview that year that they had a good suspect but couldn't reveal their identity just yet. As the investigation continued, the people of Knoxville wondered if justice would finally be served for Terry. February 2023 was a month of new beginnings for the Knoxville Police Department as they launched a brand new homicide unit. This unit was unlike any other, with a team of highly skilled and experienced investigators who were dedicated to solving some of the most heinous and brutal crimes in the city. Their mission was to bring justice to victims and their families, no matter how long ago the crime was committed. The homicide unit wasted no time in getting to work, and one of the first cases they took on was the unsolved murder of Terry Lynn Majors Kirkland. The case had been cold for decades, but the new team of investigators were determined to find the killer and bring them to justice. They pored over every piece of evidence, every interview, and every lead, hoping to finally solve the mystery of Terry's death. In March 2023, the Knoxville Police Department made a long-awaited announcement that sent shockwaves throughout the community. After less than a month of its creation, the newly formed homicide unit had cracked Terry's murder case. The police revealed that they had identified a suspect in the brutal murder. While the authorities refused to divulge the identity of the suspect or the method used to identify them, they did confirm that the suspect had passed away in 2021. The District Attorney General's office had also deemed there was enough evidence to prosecute the case if the suspect had been alive. The community was left with mixed emotions: relief that the case had finally been solved, yet frustration that the person responsible could not face justice. For the family and friends of Terry, the announcement brought a sense of closure and peace after years of unanswered questions and grief. And while the details of the investigation may remain shrouded in mystery, the fact that the killer had finally been identified and held accountable offered some measure of solace. Who knows, maybe one day the police will decide to share more about how they cracked the case. But for now, the community can rest knowing that the homicide unit has already achieved a great feat in just a short time. The next case takes us to Anchorage, the largest city in Alaska, located in the south-central part of the state. This bustling city is surrounded by the natural beauty of the Chugach Mountains and glaciers, despite its metropolitan status. Known for its world-class cuisines and exceptional beverages, Anchorage is a must-visit destination for travelers from all over the world. But even this vibrant city is not spared from evil predators. It was a warm day in Anchorage, Alaska, in the year 1994. The sun was shining bright in the clear blue sky, with a gentle breeze blowing through the trees. A group of children, ranging in age from toddlers to preteens, were playing in a local park in the heart of the city. Parents and caregivers were nearby, watching over the children and chatting with each other. Nobody had a clue that a monster was hiding amongst them, looking for prey. Sadly, a 5-year-old girl fell prey to the unknown, who came out from the shadows. The man grabbed the child, took her to a vacant side of the park, and assaulted her. After the despicable act was committed, he stealthily fled the scene, leaving the little girl to die. The survivor's name is never publicly disclosed for privacy reasons. No other details about the case are available either. The community of Anchorage was shocked and terrified at the same time. They couldn't imagine how such an appalling crime could take place in public during daylight. Authorities were determined to solve the case right away. Yet they had no clues, other than the assault kit that they'd obtained from the victim. They even interviewed several people, hoping that someone might lead them to the assailant, but all leads hit dead ends. For years, the case lay dormant in the Anchorage Police Department while the child grew up. It's hard for anyone to think of the unimaginable agony and trauma the girl might have gone through. Meanwhile, the perpetrator was able to elude the law for over 2 decades. In 2016, a federal grant of more than $1 million went towards testing sexual assault kits across Alaska from the U.S. Department of Justice. Around 3,000 unprocessed sexual kits, collected by 47 police departments across the state and compiled since the mid-1990s, were sent for testing. When the sexual assault kit collected in this case was tested, DNA evidence finally yielded a match to a potential suspect after more than 2 decades. The suspect went by the name of Lawrence Andrew Lekanoff. The Anchorage Police Department Cold Case Unit reopened the investigation and the Department of Law's Office of Special Prosecutions presented the case to the grand jury in February 1997. On February 27, 2003, 52-year-old Lawrence Lekanoff was arrested in the lower 48 pending extradition to Alaska. He was just 23 years old when he assaulted the 5-year-old girl. According to the records, Lekanoff, whose address one time showed him as homeless and living in the woods in Muldoon, had a history of other charges. In 2018, Lekanoff was arrested in Thurston County, Washington, where he was temporarily staying. He was required to register as a sex offender due to a 1996 conviction in Anchorage on one count of first-degree abuse of a minor. In 1996, Lekanoff was arrested for abusing a 6-year-old girl at Cheney Lake. There was another similar charge where he allegedly tried to grab a 4-year-old girl's private parts. That charge, however, was dropped as part of a plea deal that saw him sentenced to a 12-year sentence with 4 years suspended. At Lekanoff's sentencing, the judge noted that he already had a disturbing history of abusing children, including a conviction for sexually assaulting a young girl. The judge at the time predicted that perhaps Lekanoff would always pose a threat to the community. Public records further show that in more recent years, Lekanoff served his sentence and left Alaska. He was, however, convicted of failure to register as a sex offender in Montana and Colorado, which he was ordered to do. Surprisingly, Lawrence Lekanoff was not the first person to be arrested and charged as a result of the review of untested kits from local law enforcement departments in Alaska. At least 2 arrests prior to Lekanoff had been made as a result of testing the sexual assault kits, which were stored inside the police department for years. Alaska's statewide cold case prosecutor, Aaron McCarthy, said in a statement that the indictment sends an important message that cases like this one are still worthy of attention, despite the passage of time. A lot of these cases are ones that Alaskan communities haven't forgotten, McCarthy also shared, and some will never forget, so we can't forget about them either. The girl who survived Lekanoff's attack in 1994 is now in her early 30s. And while McCarthy couldn't talk about the woman in the case to protect her honor and her privacy, she shared how when a cold case is closed, it provides the survivors a sense of peace. Often victims will feel like no one cared or no one followed up on their report, and that simply isn't the case, McCarthy stated. There's a sense of validation as well. Some victims who never knew the identity of their assailant can take comfort in knowing whom that person is now, and not feeling like they're always looking over their shoulder as well. Lawrence Lekanoff's sentencing is pending. If convicted, he's facing a sentence of up to 30 years imprisonment. Although justice is one step closer in this case, there are many children around the globe going through the same nightmare at this very moment. The thought of a child being physically taken advantage of by someone is enough to make one's heart shatter into a million pieces. It's a heinous crime that robs a child of their innocence and leaves them with physical, emotional, and psychological scars that may last a lifetime. It's high time that we as a society take concrete actions to prevent such atrocities from happening and provide support and care to those who have experienced it. In one of the most peaceful and livable parts of Victoria, Australia, a violent crime occurred on March 18, 1992. Geelong West in Victoria is divided into residential and commercial areas to provide comfort to families and professionals. Close to beaches as well as main cities, it's a relaxation prioritizing area. A brutal criminal hid in the comfort of the Geelong West neighborhood and struck 29-year-old Annette Stewart in her house on Hope Street in 1992. Annette Stewart was born in March 1962 to Roy and Margaret Stewart. She grew up and had 2 children of her own, a 10-year-old son, Aaron, and a 13-year-old daughter, Jacinta, who were left alone when their mother was killed. Annette was employed at the Winchester Ammunition Factory in Point Henry. Little information about her was made available to the public. Jacinta remembered her as a loving mother who was always there. Annette had a lot of friends and a beautiful personality. Her friends all loved her immensely. Annette, who was full of energy, had her life cut short just 2 weeks before her 30th birthday. It was March 17, 1992, and Annette left her workplace at around 4:30 p.m. and then went out shopping in Geelong with 4 male friends. They returned and had a good time drinking tea together. After that, she was alone in the house. When her friend, who was her former flatmate, dropped by the next day on March 18th, he saw her car parked right outside, so he went in. Little did he know of the horrors he was going to find inside the house. He went inside to meet his friend, and instead, he was met with her naked dead body with an electrical cord around her neck. He immediately rushed to call the police. The investigation started, and the police sent her body for autopsy. It was revealed that she suffered head injuries and was strangled in a horrific death. The cause of her death was strangulation. During the initial investigation, police had very little to go on, and the case went cold. 15 years after Annette was slain in her home, in 2007, her co-worker, Craig Cameron Rogers, was named as the primary suspect by a coroner, Ian West. Rogers remained a person of interest based on his accounts provided to the police. Annette's sister, Gillian Stewart, was happy about the discovery and even said, "It was everything we expected, and it was good to hear it from the coroner." But the police did not charge anyone. They continued investigating suspects and leads. No suspects were linked to her horrific death. In a desperate effort to find a solid lead, in 2015, the Victoria Police Department offered a reward of $1 million to anyone who could provide the necessary information to the police. Later, in January 2020, Victorian and West Australian detectives linked 2 murder cases. As a result, 52-year-old Darren John Chalmers was arrested in Perth, Wembley. He was a prime suspect in the disappearance and subsequent murder of a 59-year-old Medina woman named Diane Barrett. He was then charged with 1 count of murder in relation to Diane Barrett and appeared in court on January 6, 2020. He pleaded guilty and admitted to killing her. He said that after having a meal at Diane's place, who was his neighbor, she accompanied him to his house for tea, where he jumped her and injected her with methamphetamine. He choked her with his hands in a metal bar for no reason at all. He dumped her body in brushland, and when he watched the news about the case on TV with a friend, he casually said, "Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery, isn't it?" Detectives also questioned him about Annette Stewart. Things started to line up eventually. Although the police did not press any charges, they gave a strong statement to the media. The police stated that they were not looking for anyone else, and the investigation was going to continue. Based on the interrogation with him, the police were sure that they had found Annette's killer. Finally, after transporting him from Perth to Victoria, the police charged him with the murder of Annette Stewart in March 2023. During his previous trial, many things about his life were revealed. Chalmers, who was born and brought up in Victoria, was a state's ward since his teenage years. He was abused by both men and women, and he started developing rage, especially towards women, and had a history of violence towards them. He was often on drugs and would go into meth-induced rages. Finally, he was given a life sentence in Diane's case with a possibility of parole in 2040. When the investigators were sure of his role in Annette's death after carrying out an intense investigation, he was remanded in custody before he was supposed to appear at Melbourne Magistrates' Courts on March 20th. He appeared in court using a video link and was seen in glasses and prison greens. He was not required to enter a plea before Magistrate Guillaume Bailin. His next court date will be on June 13, 2023, when he will face trial. The motive of the murder was not confirmed, but whatever it was, it took a happy life and a beloved person away. In the 1980s in South Florida, a sinister figure began to haunt the streets. He preyed on innocent women living in Miami-Dade and Broward County, leaving a trail of trauma in his wake. Nobody knew who this criminal was, but his modus operandi was consistent and chilling. He would approach the victims in their apartments with a sharp object. He'd cover their faces or his own with a cloth, usually a pillowcase. He would then threaten to harm not only the women, but also their loved ones if they dared to scream for help. He'd tie them up, steal their belongings, and leave them helpless and violated. The victims' accounts all shared eerie similarities. They all lived alone, were attacked at night, and the attacker seemed to know their habits and the layouts of their apartments. One woman, identified only as Catherine, recalled how he had gone through her wallet, knew where she lived, and even knew her name, leaving her terrified and helpless.
Went through my wallet. He knew where I lived. He knew my name. I didn't know him.
The streets of South Florida were fraught with fear and trepidation as he continued his reign of terror. His heinous crimes became a thorn in the side of the community, and the media was quick to catch on, spreading news of the monster lurking in the shadows. The situation was dire, and law enforcement knew they had to act fast. Task forces were set up across 2 counties, composed of the most skilled and determined officers. The stakes were high, and the pressure was mounting to catch the culprit. The investigators chased lead after lead, but the criminal remained elusive. They had amassed several hundred boxes of evidence, but they were no closer to uncovering the identity of. Alas, technology at the time was also not advanced enough to test the evidence they'd gathered from the crime scenes. So the detectives stored the evidence, hoping that someday technology would catch up and they could finally bring them to justice. However, there was one crucial piece of information that they held on to with great hope: a rare O blood type subgroup. By 1987, the trail had gone cold, and the task force set up to catch the elusive criminal was disbanded. Years later, in 2019, Sergeant Cami Floyd stumbled upon the case and became fascinated by it. She spent countless hours poring over the evidence, determined to find a lead. Despite her best efforts, she hit a dead end, but she refused to give up. It seemed like a hopeless situation, but fate had a way of intervening when it was least expected. In 2019, a 29-year-old man by the name of Robert Kohler Jr. was arrested on charges of attempted burglary, domestic violence assault, and criminal mischief. His DNA was collected and entered into a federal database as per the protocol for all felons. To the shock of everyone involved in the investigation, his DNA matched a sample collected from a December 1983 case in Miami-Dade. The victim, a 25-year-old woman, had been forced to cover her face with a blanket before she was stabbed with a sharp object believed to be an ice pick. Miraculously, the victim survived the attack. But here's the twist. Robert wasn't even born at the time of the crime. This meant that whomever had committed the heinous act in 1983 was related to him, and it was most likely his father, a man named Robert Eugene Kohler. With the senior Kohler now a prime suspect in the case, investigators were determined to bring him to justice. They delved deeper into his past and uncovered his disturbing history as a registered sex offender, having committed in Palm Beach County back in 1990. He was sentenced to probation, which he violated, and for this he served 120 days in jail. DNA collection was not yet mandatory at the time, so his DNA wasn't taken. Investigators decided to keep a close eye on Kohler, and on January 16, 2020, they followed him to a grocery store. With precision, they collected DNA swabs from items he touched, including a shopping cart and a door handle. The evidence was quickly sent to the Miami-Dade Police Department's crime laboratory for testing. The following day, January 17th, investigators received confirmation that the DNA on the swabs matched the sample from the 1983 crime scene. It was the breakthrough they'd been waiting for. However, to ensure a foolproof case against Kohler, investigators wanted final confirmation with DNA directly collected from his body. On January 18, 2020, law enforcement officers from various agencies and cities, including the federal government, descended on Kohler's residence in Palm Bay to arrest him. After combing through the property, investigators stumbled upon something sinister: a half-finished dungeon. The discovery sent shivers down their spines. In addition to this, they found women's jewelry and a metal nail file, which they believed were trophies from his crimes. Following his arrest, investigators took a fresh DNA swab from Kohler and matched it with the original specimens from around 24 of the suspected cases. The evidence was damning, and detectives worked tirelessly with prosecutors to bring 6 sexual assault charges against Kohler for the December 1983 case. These charges included sexual battery, kidnapping, and burglary, among others. Just when it seemed like justice had been served, the Broward Sheriff's Office announced 2 years later that Kohler would face 6 more charges in their county. Kohler continued to maintain his innocence, and the case regarding the December 1983 incident went to trial. During the trial, which began in January 2023, prosecutors presented a strong case against him, detailing the horrific crime he had allegedly committed.
Murders of little girls with their Raggedy Ann dolls? Sexual sadism and torture? Who thinks of those kinds of things?
However, his defense team argued that there was not enough evidence to prove his guilt. During the trial, 63-year-old Kohler also took the stand and shocked everyone with his testimony. He claimed that he'd been drugged, kidnapped, and tortured by crooked cops who had extracted semen from him and planted it at the scene. The motive, according to him, was to justify asking for bigger police budgets. On March 16, 2023, the verdict was finally delivered. Kohler was found guilty of 2 charges: kidnapping while using a weapon and burglary with assault or battery while armed. Although he'd been charged with sexual battery as well, the statute of limitations had expired, leading to that charge being dropped. Kohler was sentenced to 17 years in prison for the crime. Despite his conviction, Kohler still faces more charges in Broward County at this time. If found guilty, he could be facing several more years behind bars. Our next case begins in a charming town nestled in the beautiful mountains of Preston County, West Virginia. With a population of approximately 1,500 people, Terra Alta town is known for its scenic beauty and rich history. Residents of this town take pride in their community and welcome visitors with open arms. But it's here where a 13-year-old boy would meet his tragic end. On August 22, 1972, Jeremiah Matthew Watkins was born in a Morgantown home in Monongalia County, West Virginia. His parents, James Edward Watkins and Enid Nicola, nicknamed their brown-eyed little bundle of joy Jerry. Unfortunately, their dreams of a happy family were crushed when James passed away in 1976, just 4 years after Jeremy was born. Despite this tragedy, Enid pieced herself together and devoted all her time to raising her son. In hopes of a fresh start, Enid moved to Terra Alta. Despite many hurdles, she was determined to provide the best life for Jeremiah that he could possibly have. The boy did not have many demands from life either. For him, life was all about simple things. As he was growing up, his adventurous spirit was evident. He could always be seen riding his bicycle around the hills of Terra Alta and howling along to the lyrics of old-time rock and roll. It's unclear if Enid ever remarried, but in the mid-1980s, she gave birth to a daughter named Jamie. Jeremiah absolutely adored his baby sister. Nothing pleased him more than spending time with Jamie. He spent hours playing with her, making her giggle. Though he remained gentle and patient with the little girl, he couldn't wait to see her grow. With incredible enthusiasm in his voice, he'd ask Enid, "Mummy, when's she gonna walk?" While sharing his candy with his months-old sibling, who crawled around their Terra Alta home, he promised to do anything to keep her safe and secure. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be around for long to fulfill his promises. The last time Jeremiah would see his baby sister was in 1985, when he was 13 years old, and Jamie was approximately a year old. Although the exact date is unknown, it was in early November of 1985 when Jeremiah set out from the home to roam around the town, but never came back. When Enid could not find her son anywhere around the town, she reported him missing. It was a distressing time, not only for Jeremiah's family, but for all of West Virginia, as a severe flood hit the state and surrounding areas around this time. The aftermath of the flood was devastating. It was declared one of the deadliest natural disasters in the state's history, which caused 47 fatalities, left countless people wounded, and damaged an estimated property of $580 million worth. After the rainstorm was over, authorities started their investigation into the disappearance. But amidst this chaos and annihilation, the investigation was hindered by the floodwater. Despite the tireless efforts from the investigators in the following agonizing days, the 13-year-old boy remained missing. Enid kept hoping for the safe return of her child. The search came to a painful end on November 2, 1985, when officers stumbled upon a shallow hole along the railroad tracks in Terra Alta. As they peeked through the hole, they made a shocking discovery. After days of searching, they'd finally found Jeremiah. He lay dead in the shallow hole. At first glance, they thought that he too had become an unfortunate victim of the flood. Upon closer inspection, however, a stab wound was found in Jeremiah's body, hinting at the vile intentions of the person responsible for the tragic end of this child. The investigation quickly turned into a homicide investigation, and cops scoured the surrounding area for clues. Sadly, luck was not on their side. The flood had washed away any potential evidence, leaving the investigators with more questions than answers. An autopsy of Jeremiah's body suggested that he'd suffered a brain bleed from the blunt force trauma to his head, but what ultimately led to his death was the stab wound to his back. Jeremiah's family was devastated at the death of their loved one. Still, they kept their hope on the investigation, waiting for justice and grieving in silence. Gathering all the information the case had, Terra Alta detectives launched a rigorous investigation to bring the perpetrator to justice. They interviewed countless people around the town and followed every possible lead, but nothing was fruitful. Despite their diligent efforts, the detectives failed to identify any suspects or make any arrests. Gradually, the case became cold. With each passing year, Enid became frustrated with the lack of development in the case. With a heavy burden in her mind, the helpless mother tried to move on with her life. As Jamie grew older, she often wondered about the big brother she had barely remembered. The way her brother died left a heavy impact on her. The questions of why and who could have done this to her brother haunted her. In the early 2000s, while attending college, Jamie decided to reach out to the authorities for information regarding the case. Unfortunately, she did not get any positive response. Almost everybody hinted that the likelihood of finding the culprit after all these years was very slim. In February 2023, an officer of the Preston County Sheriff's Office, Captain T.N. Tichnell, began to review the decades-old unsolved murder case of Jeremiah. Digging deep into the case, Tichnell scanned for any overlooked clues that could lead to a breakthrough. He spent hours going through the old case files, which contained interviews and witness statements, until something caught his eye. It was the interview of a young man named David Monroe Adams. Adams, who was only 18 at the time of Jeremiah's murder, lived in Terra Alta. Tichnell noticed that his statement had some inconsistencies and decided to interview him again. Authorities, however, have not yet made public what the inconsistencies were. It did not take long for Captain Tichnell to track down David Adams, who was living in Westover, West Virginia. In the same month, with the assistance of other law enforcement agencies, several interviews were conducted with Adams. Adams initially denied any connection to Jeremiah's death. However, during one of those interviews, he finally cracked and confessed to the murder of the 13-year-old. Adams shared that on the fateful day of November 1985, he'd gotten into an argument with Jeremiah over a stolen bicycle, and this argument had quickly turned violent. In a fit of rage, Adams hit the boy in the face. Unable to decide what to do with him next, Adams then dragged Jeremiah to a nearby shed where he fatally stabbed him. Afterwards, he dragged the lifeless body into the shallow hole near the train tracks, where days later it was eventually found. The confession was a triumph for the detectives, and a way to provide some closure to Jeremiah's family, who waited for nearly 4 decades for justice. Following this confession, now 56-year-old David Adams was immediately taken into custody and charged with the second-degree murder of Jeremiah Watkins. He's currently being held on a $1 million bond in North Central Regional Jail. Both Enid and Jamie couldn't believe it when investigators first broke the news to them. A plethora of emotions swept over them, but they were thankful to the investigators who did not give up on Jeremiah even after nearly 40 years. "I was screaming through the tears," Enid said in a statement. Although they still have some lingering questions about the murder, they have an ounce of solace knowing that the culprit had finally been sent behind bars, where he's unable to hurt anyone else. This next story takes us to Lake Worth, a coastal city in Palm Beach County, Florida, with a population of around 38,000. It has a vibrant downtown area filled with shops, restaurants, and art galleries, as well as several parks and recreational areas. The city has a rich history and is known for its Mediterranean Revival architecture. But this is also the same place where a horrific murder of a woman took place in 1985. But first, we go back to February 28, 1907, the day that marked the arrival of a precious child in Wilma, Arkansas. A beautiful little girl, Mildred Warren, entered the world, bringing with her a spark of joy and hope for her family. She was the second of Jesse Warren and Margaret Warren's 6 children. She had a heart full of love and a curious mind that yearned for adventure. But fate had other plans in store for her. In 1915, she was just 8 years old when a tragedy struck her family as her father, Jesse Warren, suffered a fatal heart attack and passed away at the age of just 37, leaving behind a grieving wife and 6 young children. Despite the hardship, Mildred's mother, Margaret, stood tall and was determined to raise her children single-handedly. As the years went by, Mildred grew into a strong and independent woman with a heart of gold. Her desire to help others led her to pursue a career in psychiatric nursing in 1931, and she spent over 4 decades of her life serving those in need. Along the way, fate smiled upon her once again, and she met the love of her life in 1940, 40-year-old Harmon Matheny, a professor. Together, they created a beautiful bond and got married in 1942. And after 3 years, they were blessed with a precious son in 1945, who they named Gary Matheny. As time went by, Gary also got married and had 2 children. Gary's children brought immense joy and love into Mildred's life, making her a doting grandmother. However, life threw Mildred a curveball as she was widowed at the age of 51 when her husband passed away in 1958. Despite the heartbreak, Mildred refused to be defeated by grief and bravely soldiered on. She found a new purpose in life by caring for her beloved brother, whose mental health had begun to decline. With her nursing background, Mildred was well equipped to handle the challenges that came with taking care of her brother, and she did it with grace and compassion. As the years went by, Mildred's health also began to decline and her memories started to fade away. She was diagnosed with Alzheimer's and dementia, and as time passed, it became harder for her to manage everyday tasks. Despite her strong will, the disease was relentless, and soon she found herself needing more and more assistance with even the simplest of activities. It was heartbreaking for her family to witness her struggle, but they were determined to provide her with the care and support she needed. Eventually, it became clear that Mildred could no longer live on her own and had to rely on others for help. It was decided that Mildred would move from her home in Arkansas to live with her sister Gladys. Mildred's journey from her hometown in Arkansas to Lake Worth, Florida, was a bittersweet one. While she was glad to be with her sister and have someone to look after her, her condition made it difficult to adjust to her new surroundings. Mildred's mind was like a maze, and she often found herself lost in it. She'd talk about going back to her childhood home to visit her long-departed parents, oblivious to the fact that they were no longer alive. Her confusion only grew worse as time passed, and she needed constant supervision to keep her from wandering off. However, even with the best intentions, it was impossible to keep a watchful eye on her 24/7. On April 27, 1985, a tragedy struck when family confusion resulted in Mildred Matheny venturing out alone in the afternoon. Her sister Gladys had last seen her around 3:30 p.m. that day, but less than an hour later, she reported that Mildred was missing to the Lake Worth authorities. The family's worst fears were confirmed when, 7 hours later at around 10 p.m., Mildred was found naked and unresponsive by a passerby on the desolate Old Indiantown Road in Jupiter, Florida. The passerby quickly alerted the authorities, and soon investigators from the Lake Worth, Florida department arrived at the scene. It was a gruesome sight to behold. A frail and naked figure lay motionless on the ground, with pieces of her clothing discarded in disarray around her. It was clear that the victim had suffered a violent attack, with blood and broken dentures scattered near her battered body. The injuries to her head and face were severe, and she was barely conscious. She was rushed to Martin Memorial Hospital in Stewart in critical condition. The assault on Mildred was beyond comprehension. Her injuries were so severe that even the nurses at Martin Memorial Hospital struggled to conduct tests on her due to her unresponsive state. Despite the best efforts of the medical staff, 11 days later, on May 8, 1985, Mildred Matheny succumbed to her injuries and passed away at the age of 78 years old at 5:12 p.m. The medical examiner's report confirmed that she'd been assaulted, and her cause of death was listed as a homicide caused by cardiac arrhythmia, a skull fracture, and internal bleeding. The examiners were able to create a genetic profile from the swabs taken from her body, and these contained a mix of Mildred and her attacker's DNA, providing a crucial clue in the search for the perpetrator. However, at that time, the technology required for analysis of such a DNA sample hadn't been developed, so it was kept safe with hopes that, in the future, such technology would emerge that would bring closure to the case. By that time, the buzz about the case had spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of every news channel and publication around the state of Florida. People were talking about it in coffee shops, on the streets, and in their homes. The investigators were hard at work, canvassing the neighborhood for any information that could lead to the capture of the perpetrator. That's when a young couple, 21-year-old Time Martin and 28-year-old Robert Steffi, bravely stepped forward with a valuable piece of information in May 1985. They claimed to have seen Mildred at a bustling intersection of Dixie Highway and Lucerne Avenue near a Burger King restaurant. Despite her frail appearance, Mildred stood out in her pink trousers and vibrant orange blouse. The couple approached her with concern and spent a good 15 minutes chatting with her. Suddenly, a 1967 brown Oldsmobile two-door Delta 88 Holiday Coupe pulled up beside them, and a man with blonde hair and a missing front tooth got out, claiming to be her neighbor. He offered to give her a ride home, and without hesitation, the woman got into the car and drove away with that stranger. Despite the young couple's report, the investigators seemed to hit a dead end in their quest for justice, as they weren't able to track down that car and also the stranger who offered Mildred a lift that day. Frustrated by the lack of progress, they turned to the media for help. In June 1985, a Crime Stoppers reconstruction was filmed to help jog people's memories and hopefully uncover new leads. But it seemed that even this wasn't enough to crack the case wide open. For the next 35 years, the case went cold. Mildred's killer remained free, and her loved ones were left to wonder if justice would ever be served. But finally, in March of 2021, a breakthrough occurred due to the tireless and dedicated work of the Cold Case Homicide Unit, which utilized the latest advancements in DNA processing technology to connect the dots. The DNA samples were submitted to the state's database, and Celinda Sowards, a forensic scientist with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, embarked on a mission to uncover the truth. Armed with her expertise and determination, she set out to extract valuable information from the vaginal swabs collected years ago in 1985 in Mildred Matheny's case. Despite the limitations posed by the previous analyses, which had depleted much of the swab's cotton tips, Sowards refused to give up. Instead, she employed a clever solution by collecting DNA from the wooden bases. With the help of cutting-edge software, Sowards was able to create a partial genetic profile of the unknown DNA found on Mildred. Using the Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS, which holds a vast database of convicted offenders' DNA, Sowards hoped to find a match for the genetic material and finally bring about justice for Mildred. The breakthrough in the 35-year-old cold case seemed almost miraculous when the Florida State CODIS DNA database revealed a link between a profile found in Mildred's case and the DNA of an offender identified as Richard Curtis Lange, a 62-year-old man. He was born on April 13, 1960, in Florida. At the age of 25, Lange already had an aggravated assault conviction on his record. Despite this, he continued to escalate his criminal behavior, and by 1993, he had been convicted of aggravated assault once again. Shockingly, both times, Lange managed to evade jail time, instead receiving only probation. Unfortunately, this was not the end of Lange's criminal activities. Records indicate that Lange was later convicted on weapons charges in both 2006 and 2012, briefly spending time behind bars. It's clear that Lange had a history of violence and brushes with the law, leading some to wonder if his unchecked behavior could have played a role in the heinous crime committed against the victim. But the confirmation process required more investigation and a direct DNA saliva sample from Lange himself. For the final testing, the sheriff's office obtained a DNA confirmation search warrant against Lange, and on a crisp March morning, detectives made their way to Lange's residence in Boynton Beach, Florida, which was about 10 minutes from where Matheny was allegedly kidnapped. There, they obtained a sample of Lange's DNA, which would ultimately confirm the match to the victim's DNA. The case that had been cold for decades was finally getting hot again, and justice for Mildred was finally within reach. Despite the evidence, Lange vehemently denied any involvement in Mildred's murder. However, the DNA confirmation process sealed his fate and left no room for doubt. The DNA sample taken from him and his residence confirmed the match between the vaginal swabs from the victim and Lange's DNA. The police finally had a solid piece of evidence to bring about the long-awaited resolution to the case. Finally, it was time for his trial on April 5, 2021, in a West Palm Beach courtroom. The courtroom was tense as all eyes focused on the small vial of preserved genetic material, a tiny but powerful piece of evidence that had the potential to unravel decades of mystery and speculation surrounding Mildred Matheny's murder. Prosecutors carefully outlined their case, arguing that the DNA belonged to the one and only Richard Lange. The defense attorney, Skier, sat stoically. His eyes were locked on the judge as the evidence mounted against his client. As the trial progressed, the scientific evidence presented by Sowards and her team of forensic scientists was indisputable, with the DNA analysis showing that the likelihood of the genetic sample belonging to anyone other than Lange was infinitesimal. The numbers were staggering. It was 27 quadrillion times more likely to be Lange's DNA than that of an unrelated individual. However, Lange's defense attorney, Skier, argued that such statistical evidence was misleading and insisted that their client was innocent. He pointed out that this same likelihood could also apply to his close relatives, such as his father or brother. But without their DNA profiles in the CODIS database, this remained a mere possibility. Tiffany Roy, an experienced forensic analyst who was on call to testify as an expert for the defense, had a suggestion for Lange's defense attorney, Skier. She suggested that Skier should try to get DNA samples from Lange's close male relatives in order to show how genetically similar they could be, and whether they could be excluded as potential contributors to the DNA found on the sexual assault kit. Skier followed Roy's advice and reached out to one of Lange's brothers, Roy, whose information Lange himself gave to Skier. After collecting DNA from Roy, it was tested with the DNA of Lange, and the results were the same as expected. It was a 100% match. As the trial unfolded, the prosecutors vehemently challenged the defense's theory, arguing that it was nothing but a baseless speculation. The prosecution team, composed of Walensky and Mixon, reiterated time and again that there is no concrete evidence to support the defense's claim that Lange's relatives could have been in Florida in 1985. They pointed out that Lange himself had only moved to Boynton Beach from Massachusetts in his 20s, and had no known connections to Florida before that. According to his employment records, Lange worked as a plumber and had no reason to bring his family to Florida. After 2 days of intense court proceedings, the final verdict was announced and justice was served. Richard Lange was found guilty of first-degree murder and battery, finally bringing closure to a case that had remained unsolved for 38 long years. The 62-year-old convict, who sat in a wheelchair during the trial, remained calm and composed, even though he sometimes nodded off during the slower parts of the proceedings. However, his silence spoke volumes as he was escorted out of the courtroom by bailiffs. On May 27, 2021, Circuit Judge Dahlia Weiss booked Lange into the Palm Beach County Jail without bail. Gary Matheny, now 88 years old, fondly reminisces about a woman who was not just his mother, but also his friend and confidant. He speaks of her as a wonderful little lady with great admiration and respect. He remembers her as a woman of many talents, articulate, creative, and thrifty. He chuckles with fondness as he recalls the 8th grade shirts she made for him out of hog feed sacks. Despite their humble origin, these shirts were just as good, if not better, than any store-bought shirt. But now, after decades, the book on his mother's case is finally closed, and Gary can rest a little easier knowing that justice has been served. Though it can never bring his mother back, at least he can find some peace in knowing that her attacker will be held accountable for his heinous crime. This case takes us to Nockamixon Township, a rural county in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, with a population of around 3,000 people. It's home to Nockamixon State Park and is known for its commitment to preserving natural resources and promoting tourism. This idyllic spot is where a mysterious murder took place in 1980. On the fateful day of September 18, 1980, a construction worker was doing some finishing work on a cottage that was being renovated. It was located on the wooded property off Center Hill Road, approximately 1 mile south of the intersection with Kintner Hill Road in Nockamixon Township, Bucks County. He stumbled upon a gruesome sight. A lifeless body lay under the wooden property. The victim, now forever frozen in time, had met a tragic end at the hands of a heartless killer. The peace and tranquility of the forest had been shattered by the cruel act, leaving a community in mourning and investigators with a mystery to unravel. The lifeless body of the man was brought to the morgue, where it underwent a thorough examination by the skilled hands of the medical examiner. Upon close inspection, the examiner discovered that the man had taken 4 gunshot wounds to the head, which had proven to be fatal. The examiner also revealed the identity of the man as Richard Wesley Wheeler, with the help of a fingerprints match that was already in the records. With this information in hand, the investigators began a painstaking process of tracing the man's history, peeling back the layers of his past to uncover the truth behind his tragic demise. As the investigation into the murder of Richard Wesley Wheeler unfolded, detectives discovered a troubling fact that Wheeler already had a criminal record. Having been released from prison just a year prior in 1979, it appeared that he wasted no time in getting back into trouble. He was soon discovered to be involved in a dangerous enterprise, a methamphetamine lab. Along with 2 other men, Peter Eric Marshner and Leslie Schmidt, he set up the lab in a camper parked on a property near Lake Nockamixon. It was a risky venture, but the trio were determined to make it work. However, things took a deadly turn when Wheeler went missing and his lifeless body was discovered soon after. The detectives knew they had to find out more about the workings of this illicit operation if they were to solve the case. They learned that Wheeler was the mastermind behind the operation and lived on the same property and closely monitored the activities. The operation was further guarded by the tough and loyal bodyguard, Peter Eric Marshner. Meanwhile, the imprisoned financier, Leslie Schmidt, awaited his release while keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings. It was a twist of fate that brought Richard Wheeler, Marshner, and Schmidt together in a small prison in Connecticut. Wheeler, a former convict, found himself back behind bars after serving time for a previous crime. Marshner, known as the Captain, had a penchant for stealing boats and was serving time for one such heist. Schmidt, meanwhile, was still serving a sentence in a different facility, but had entrusted Wheeler with a sizable sum of money to manage. They may have been unlikely companions, but they soon formed a tight-knit bond that would lead them on a dark and dangerous path. When investigators delved deep into Marshner's past, they got to know that he'd been imprisoned for stealing a 41-foot sailboat, but his love for the sea was unbreakable. Despite being ordered to leave the islands and deported back to Germany, Marshner found his way back to the shimmering waters. He worked as a crewman on a private yacht, feeling the freedom and adventure of the ocean once more. The yacht was in St. Lucia in February 1977, when the yacht's owners were on shore enjoying a night out. Marshner used his seafaring skills to navigate away with not just the 41-foot sailboat, but also all the cash on board, a stash worth a cool $10,000. But this wasn't the end of his nautical escapades. Just a month later, in March 1977, he set his sights on an even bigger prize, a 43-foot sailboat docked in a harbor in St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. It seemed that Marshner's thirst for adventure and his penchant for privacy had only just begun. But Marshner's adventurous and criminal life brought him to a federal prison in Danbury, Connecticut in May 1977, where he met two other notorious individuals, Wheeler and Schmidt. Wheeler, who had fled from a Californian prison where he was serving time for drug charges, and Schmidt, who was a known methamphetamine dealer in Bucks County. As the three men bonded over their criminal pasts, they decided to enter into the illegal drug trade together, and thus began their operation to manufacture and sell methamphetamine once they were released from prison. Wheeler was the first to be released in November 1979. Later that year, Schmidt was released on a 30-day furlough. As fate would have it, Schmidt's temporary release from prison turned out to be a turning point in the methamphetamine operation. He wasted no time in setting things in motion and connected Wheeler with a friend who had the perfect property for their enterprise. The property, nestled in the quiet township of Knockemixon, was leased to Wheeler. But the cherry on top of this collaboration was the $250,000 Schmidt provided to Wheeler, meant to help care for Schmidt's family while he finished serving the remainder of his sentence. It was a hefty sum, and Wheeler knew he had to use it wisely. In July 1980, Marshner had been released from prison, but he was not a free man. U.S. immigration officials from JFK Airport in New York City were taking him to his homeland of Germany, where he'd not lived since his youth. Marshner knew he had to act fast if he wanted to avoid a fate worse than prison. As he boarded the plane, he secretly searched for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, the pilot's voice boomed over the loudspeaker, announcing that the flight was canceled due to a mechanical issue. In the chaos that followed, Marshner saw his chance and slipped away into the bustling crowds of the airport. Armed with a wealth of information, investigators in 1983 delved deeper into the case of the unsolved murder. Witnesses were interviewed, and through their testimony, the puzzle pieces began to fall into place. It was discovered that the triggerman was a man of German descent, hired by none other than Schmidt himself. As investigators continued their search for the shooter's identity, they discovered that he was someone Schmidt had met during his own stint in Danbury Federal Prison. The intricate web of connections and relationships began to unravel. It was a tangled web of deceit and greed that led to the tragic demise of Wheeler. The investigation was no easy feat, but through tireless efforts, Bucks County Detective David Hanks was able to unravel the mystery in 2023. Marshner returned to the fold in Upper Bucks County, but it was not all sunshine and rainbows. As tensions grew between Wheeler and Schmidt, the two businessmen headed for a violent collision. Schmidt had become suspicious of Wheeler and believed that he was swindling him out of his share of the methamphetamine profits. In a fit of rage, Schmidt ordered Marshner to eliminate Wheeler, who he believed had betrayed him. Marshner, who'd been loyal to Wheeler for years, now found himself in a precarious situation. However, he followed Schmidt's orders and fatally shot Wheeler. In a desperate attempt to escape the long arm of the law, Marshner fled in Wheeler's pickup truck and crossed the state line to New Jersey. The investigation exposed a dark side of human nature, where the greed for wealth and power can lead to unspeakable acts of violence. The cold case, once shrouded in mystery and uncertainty, finally had a resolution. It was the meticulous investigative work that put together the missing pieces of the puzzle, creating a timeline of events that led to the ultimate solution. Throughout the case, investigators had tried to locate Marshner, who disappeared after killing Wheeler. The search for Marshner was like chasing a shadow, but investigators didn't give up. They dug through every scrap of evidence and lead they could find, leaving no stone unturned. Finally, after years of searching, in March 2023, they found a crucial piece of information in Marshner's criminal history that would lead them to their man. It was a breakthrough moment, like finding a needle in a haystack, when they discovered that Marshner had been arrested in 1982 on drug conspiracy charges in New York, but had identified himself as Charles McLaren. With the help of modern technology, the investigators were able to match the fingerprints of McLaren to those taken at his earlier arrest in 1977. The investigation found that Marshner had managed to conceal his true identity, disappearing into the shadows of his new persona as Charles McLaren. He created an entirely new life, complete with a wife, children, and even a thriving limousine service in the city that never sleeps. For over 2 decades, he remained undetected, and it seemed that his past life as a criminal was nothing more than a distant memory. After years of relentless pursuit and piecing together the puzzle, the Bucks County District Attorney's Office had finally brought closure to the case. Though the culprits have already passed away, Marshner in 2006 and Schmidt in 2022, justice has finally been served for the victim and his family. The legacy of the crime and the names of the individuals involved will forever be marked in history. But the resolution of the case serves as a reminder that law enforcement never gives up on seeking the truth and bringing justice to those who deserve it. The Bucks County District Attorney's Office can now lay this case to rest and move forward with the satisfaction of knowing that they've served justice. Ada Pearson's birth on the 14th of March 1982 was a joyous occasion for the Pearson family. As the oldest of 4 siblings, she had a natural tendency to take care of her younger brother Jonathan and her sisters Ashley and Joanna Pearson. But Ada's impact was not limited to her family alone. Everyone who had the privilege of knowing Ada spoke of her as if she were a ray of sunshine. Her infectious laughter and quick wit could brighten even the darkest of days, and she had a heart of gold that touched the lives of all who crossed her path. She was a constant source of inspiration and positivity. After graduating from El Capitan High School in California in 2000, she began taking sign language and math classes at Grossmont Community College. At some point, Ada fell in love with 20-year-old Michael Plummer, and their love story blossomed. Ada eventually moved in with Michael at his apartment on Bancroft Street in San Diego, California, and it seemed like nothing could go wrong. However, fate had other plans, and Ada's promising life was cut tragically short by an unexpected and devastating event. As the clock struck 11 on the night of September 4th, 2000, the police received a frantic call reporting gunfire coming from Michael's apartment. Officers rushed to the scene to find an unimaginable horror unfolding before them. The apartment was a mess, and amid the chaos, they discovered Ada and Michael lying on the floor in the living room in pools of blood. Michael had been shot multiple times and was beyond help. Ada was clinging to life, her body riddled with bullets. But that wasn't the end of the tragedy. Little Julio Rangel, Michael's 21-month-old nephew, had also been shot and was fighting for his life. Julio's parents were in the apartment, but thankfully they had escaped unharmed. The incident left the neighborhood in shock and authorities scrambling for answers. Ada and Julio were rushed to different hospitals, but their injuries proved too severe. Both of them died shortly after arriving. As detectives worked tirelessly to piece together the events leading up to the tragedy that took the victims' lives, they uncovered a shocking truth. Just moments before the shooting, Michael had gone next door to purchase drugs from a man named Sergio Lopez Contreras. However, after bringing the drugs back to his apartment, Michael refused to pay for them, infuriating the dealer. In a fit of rage, Sergio opened fire from outside the door, unleashing a hail of bullets that tore through the living room. A total of 14 rounds were fired, with devastating consequences. Once detectives discovered the truth behind the murders, they were determined to bring Sergio to justice. But the cunning drug dealer knew he was in hot water and decided to flee the country, escaping to Mexico, making it increasingly difficult to track him down. The clock was ticking, and detectives knew they had to find him before he vanished for good. They speculated that he'd fled to Tijuana, where he had relatives, but they had no concrete leads to follow. The investigation into the triple murders soon hit a dead end, leaving detectives frustrated and the families of the victims heartbroken. They longed for answers, for closure, for justice. But as days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months, it seemed like the culprit responsible for the heinous act would never be caught. The families were left with nothing but their memories of their loved ones, and the pain of knowing that the person who had taken them away was still out there, living his life as if nothing had happened. Yet they held on to hope that one day justice would prevail and the perpetrator would be brought to justice. After 2 decades of waiting, the long-awaited news finally came in March 2023. It was announced by the police that Sergio, the prime suspect in the triple murder case, had been arrested in Mexico on unrelated charges. The details of his arrest were not revealed, but the news sent a wave of relief and hope through the families of the victims who'd been waiting for justice to be served for so long. Finally, there was a glimmer of hope that closure would come after all these years of pain and uncertainty. On March 22, 2023, 44-year-old Sergio was brought across the U.S. border with the help of the U.S. Marshals and La Fiscalía General de la República. He was swiftly booked into San Diego Central Jail, facing 3 counts of murder, along with special circumstances allegations of using a rifle in the killings and lying in wait. The atmosphere in the courtroom was tense when he was arraigned 2 days later on March 24, 2023. Sergio, appearing via teleconference, pleaded not guilty to the 3 counts of first-degree murder he was charged with. The families of the victims, who have been grieving their loss for over 2 decades, expressed their gratitude towards the law enforcement officials who never gave up on the case. Now that the suspect is finally in custody, they can only pray that the legal system will deliver the justice that they've been waiting for. Boulder County, Colorado is a beautiful and vibrant area known for its stunning natural beauty. The Rocky Mountains especially provide a breathtaking backdrop to the city of Boulder and the surrounding towns. Overall, Boulder County is a unique and inspiring place to live. But even this ideal setting has its fair share of dark secrets. It was June 4, 2006, when 2 hikers stumbled upon a badly decaying nude body in South St. Vrain Canyon along Highway 7, roughly 3.3 miles outside of Lyons in unincorporated Boulder County. The authorities were then contacted following the horrific discovery. Responding officers determined that the human remains belonged to a woman. According to the district attorney's office, it appeared that the body had been dragged by a large animal to the area from a shallow grave. Near the gravesite, detectives discovered a sleeping bag, a pair of yellow ski pants, and a pillow in a pillowcase. All items were still neatly folded. The badly decomposing body had no identification on her, except a cross ring the victim was wearing on her left hand when she was found. It was impossible to identify her due to the terrible condition of the body, so the investigators began looking for other clues. On the body and in and around the gravesite, to a depth of approximately 14 inches, the forensic expert found about 50 pounds of a white powdery substance. Further tests showed that it contained calcium oxide, which is otherwise known as quicklime. An autopsy was performed on the body by a coroner 3 days after the gruesome discovery. The coroner estimated that she'd been deceased for at least a few weeks and possibly up to several months. Yet he couldn't determine the cause or manner of death. Her body had evidence of animal predation, but it did not have any broken bones, stab wounds, or even gunshot wounds. The coroner determined that strangulation couldn't have been ruled out, but the advanced state of decomposition did not provide any certainty either. The pathologist could not find any evidence during the autopsy to support a homicide. Rather, a blocked artery hinted at a possible death from a heart attack. However, detectives still looked at the death as suspicious and considered foul play because the victim was buried before an animal dragged her body up and left it out in the open. A lack of clues led this case nowhere, as much as investigators wanted closure for a woman who lost her life and her dignity to someone's vile intentions. Initially, detectives questioned the residents of Boulder County in quest of possible tips, but no information came out of it as well. After several months, she still remained unidentified. It was the fall of that year when the case finally saw a significant break. In October 2006, a woman contacted the Longmont Police Department to report one of her female friends missing. She was concerned after failing to get in touch with her friend, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. She identified the missing friend as Angie Wilder, and her physical description perfectly matched the remains found in the canyon a few months prior. Additionally, the woman also described a ring her friend was known to wear, which was similar to the cross ring the victim was wearing. With the help of this information, investigators were able to identify the missing woman by the name of Angela Wilds, who had ties to the Longmont area. In November of 2006, the deceased woman was officially identified as Angela Josephine Wilds, after a comparison of DNA analysis on the rib bones from the body with 4 of Wilds' sisters. Angela was 38 years old when she died. One of her sisters, Tammy Benson, recalled her deceased sister being a very loving and kind person. It remains unknown, however, why none of her family members reported her missing or looked for her. Through further investigation, detectives learned that around the time of her disappearance, which was in April 2006, she had no home or steady employment. She basically lived with friends. But that's about the extent of the information the investigators have gathered. Unfortunately, after having interviewed the Wilds family and Angela's friends and acquaintances, it didn't bring investigators any closer to finding out what had happened to her. When the items which were found with Angela were tested for DNA, the presence of an unknown male DNA was found on the ski pants, the sleeping bag, and the pillowcase. It took 3 more years to finally identify the contributor of the male DNA. On January 22, 2009, investigators working on Angela's case received information from CBI about a preliminary match with the suspect's DNA to a man named John Michael Angerer, who was in custody at a correctional center in Palmer, Alaska. 2 months later, in March 2009, investigators traveled to Alaska and collected additional DNA samples from Angerer, and the result further cemented their suspicion. On February 24, 2009, detectives from the Anchorage, Alaska Police Department took John Michael Angerer in custody on a warrant issued by Boulder County Sheriff's Office for the 2006 murder of Angela Wilds. After further investigation to look for the connection between Angela and Angerer, detectives were able to find several people who claimed to have seen them together in late 2005 and early 2006. On August 26, 2009, a detective from the Anchorage Police Department sat with Angerer for a formal interview. In that interview, Angerer said that he had attended a dive school in Texas in February or March of 2006 and then went to Colorado, living in Canyon City, Longmont, and Monte Vista until July 2006. He said that he then moved to Alaska that August. However, Angerer denied knowing anybody by the name of Angie or Angela. When shown her photo, he also claimed that he did not recognize her. Despite failing to obtain any confession from their suspect, they did not give up hope. In September 2009, Angerer was interviewed again by the Boulder City Sheriff's Office, but he again denied knowing the victim. He also denied going to the South St. Vrain area around the time of the crime. Yet his own family members had other things to say. Angerer's parents reported that he often visited a cave in the South St. Vrain area, which was located off Highway 7, about 3 or 4 miles from Lyons. Around this cave, he frequently hiked and camped. His sister also recalled dropping him off in the area where Angela's body was found on one occasion. In March 2010, investigators issued a court-authorized arrest warrant for Angerer on the second-degree murder charges of Angela Wilds. At the time, he was already in an Alaska prison for a probation violation charge. Angerer's preliminary hearing was held in the Boulder City Court on July 12, 2010. All the evidence was pointing toward him, including the DNA evidence and witness testimonies. However, DNA evidence connected him with the victim within 72 hours of her death, but it could not place him at the crime scene. Prosecutors also failed to establish any motive behind the killing. Additionally, the defense attorney argued that there was no physical evidence showing that Angerer caused the death, especially considering that the pathologist could not say for sure if it was a homicide. After listening to the two parties, Judge Thomas Reed determined that probable cause did not support the charge and dismissed the case. Although Angerer was released, detectives were still optimistic about solving the case. Years following this, the Boulder County Sheriff's Office and DA's office continued working on the case with help from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation and Federal Bureau of Investigation. Their work included interviewing several people and pathologists. In 2005, a pathologist reviewed the case and determined the death to be a homicide, considering how Angela's dead body was found nude, covered in lime, in a secluded wooded area. Though the specifics of Angela's death were still uncertain, asphyxia was determined to be the most likely cause of death. Unfortunately, this was not enough to hold the suspect accountable for the victim's death. It would take a couple of years more before a new witness changed the course of the investigation altogether. The witness was none other than Angerer's longtime girlfriend, who ended up eventually breaking up with him. Between December 2022 and January 2023, she was interviewed a couple of times when she revealed disturbing details about Angerer's past. She said that Angerer was very jealous and possessive and often mistreated her, believing she was cheating on him. She further insisted that throughout their relationship, Angerer repeatedly strangled her. However, when the ex-girlfriend was questioned initially in 2009, she denied Angerer ever strangling her. The woman also told police that she believed Angerer was hiding some terrible secrets. Certain women's names, including Angela, would send Angerer into a rage, as she recalled. He allegedly became more unstable and violent after drinking alcohol and using drugs. Detectives also got a hold of 2 other witnesses in December 2022 who claimed to see Angerer with Angela at the Bar El Motel in Longmont, Colorado, which is only 10 miles away from the crime scene in the South St. Vrain Canyon. When cops searched the motel records, they found records of Angela and Angerer staying there together between December 26, 2005 and January 4, 2006. Based on the newly developed evidence in addition to previous ones, on February 16, 2023, the Boulder County District Attorney's Office presented the case to the grand jury. The grand jury returned an indictment of second-degree murder against Angerer, once again in his lifetime. This time, though, the investigators are confident that Angerer would be brought to justice for his despicable crimes. In a statement, Boulder County District Attorney Michael Doherty said, "We're determined to secure justice for the murder of Angela Wilds, some closure for her loved ones, and answers for our community." On March 9, 2023, now 53-year-old John Angerer was arrested in Anchorage, Alaska. His extradition to Boulder City is currently pending. Our next case takes us to the historically and culturally rich neighborhood of Tremont, located in Cleveland, Ohio. Known for its diverse population, eclectic architecture, and thriving art scene, over the years, Tremont has become a popular destination for locals and visitors alike. But this setting was also witness to a malicious crime that occurred to one of their own back in 1999. On May 6, 1999, a 33-year-old woman, whose identity has been kept disclosed to honor her privacy, left her home to take a short walk around the Tremont neighborhood. When she returned home, a perilous threat was already waiting for her. An unknown man broke into the house and was hiding inside. As she went inside her home, the perpetrator surprised her. Before she could strike up a conversation or call the police, the man grabbed her and kept beating her to the point where she lost consciousness. He then sexually assaulted her and fled the home afterward, leaving her for dead. Fortunately, the woman survived the vicious attack. In the hospital, where she was admitted for treatment, authorities collected a sexual assault kit from her. A brief investigation was also launched at the time, but no suspects were identified and the case went cold. Unfortunately, sexual assaults were not the priority cases back then, which allowed the culprit to stay at large for years. The kit was never sent for testing for over a decade after the attack. It's disheartening to think of the overwhelming pain and trauma the victim went through, knowing that the chances of finding the attacker were very slim. It wasn't until 2013 that Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office assembled its Sexual Assault Kit Task Force, which then sent previously unsubmitted kits from 1993 to 2011 for DNA testing. The 1999 Cleveland case was one of those, which were tested by the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation as a part of the initiative. The kit contained a sample of a male who could not be identified at that point. Investigators even entered the profile into CODIS, but it did not produce any matches. Since DNA was at the primitive stage of development, authorities had no option but to wait. But detectives were determined to provide justice to the victim, so they took a courageous decision. Based on the evidence, they indicted the unknown suspect named John Doe No. 133 to ensure the statute of limitations didn't expire on the charges of 1 count of kidnapping, 1 count of aggravated burglary, and 1 count of sexual assault. In 2019 and 2020, CCPO's Sexual Assault Kit Task Force of the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office was awarded grants from the U.S. Department of Justice for the SAKI program. Some of that funding helped launch the office's Genetic Operations Linking DNA, or GOLD unit for short, in October 2020. The unit partnered with the Texas-based commercial genetic testing company Gene by Gene for a pilot project that included genealogical searches for 20 DNA profiles from sexual assault cold cases. The DNA profile for John Doe No. 133 was submitted as part of the project, and genetic genealogists were able to connect it with a 52-year-old man living in Elyria, Ohio, just 20 miles from Cleveland. The man was identified as Bart Mercurio. Investigators then secretly obtained Mercurio's DNA after days of observation. The collected DNA sample was then sent to the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, where it was tested against the rape sample. The result confirmed that the two samples belonged to the same man, Bart Mercurio. The original indictment for the suspect, John Doe No. 133, was revised to reflect his name as Mercurio, and an arrest warrant was issued. On July 9, 2021, a team of CCPO investigators, the Elyria Police Department, and the U.S. Marshals arrested Bart Mercurio at his Elyria residence. In the initial court hearing, Mercurio denied any connection to the case and even pleaded not guilty.
God and my mom and my 3 sisters who raised here. This is so embarrassed than everybody else. I have, Mr. Mercurio, I did not do this.
However, he eventually changed his plea to guilty on January 12, 2023. In February of 2023, Mercurio was sentenced to 9 years for his crimes, and he'll need to register as a convicted sex offender. After the sentencing, in a press release, Cuyahoga County Prosecutor Michael O'Malley praised all the law enforcement officials involved in the investigation for their tireless work, which led to the apprehension of the culprit. He quoted, "Today's sentencing shows just how important the work of our GOLD unit is." Showing compassion for the victim, he further shared, "Although time may have passed, justice will not. It's been a long 22 years for this victim, but we hope today's news will bring her some comfort in knowing this individual is finally behind bars." In the small town of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, a baby girl named Pamela came into the world on January 13, 1954. Born to Mr. and Mrs. William Conyers, she was the eldest of 3 siblings, but details about her life remain largely private. Fast forward to 1970, and Pamela has grown up to become a talented high school student at Glen Burnie High School in the Baltimore suburbs. She was a proud member of the school band, where she expertly played the flute. Like most teenagers, Pamela cherished her family and friends and was busy making unforgettable memories. But life can take unexpected turns, and Pamela's life took a dark one that no one expected. On the evening of Friday, October 16, 1970, the air was alive with the buzz of excitement for Glen Burnie High School's homecoming bonfire and pep rally. Pamela was among the crowd, cheering on her school's team and soaking up the atmosphere. As the festivities wound down, Pamela headed back to her home, eager to plan her outfit for the upcoming school dance. She wanted to match her dress with a pair of shoes, and for that, she needed some shoe dye. Her destination was the Herondale Mall, a short drive away from her home. Pamela's mother, ever supportive of her daughter's fashion choices, handed her $5 for the dye. At 8:30 p.m., Pamela left the house, promising her mother that she'd be back soon. She got into the family car, a 1966 Dodge, and set off towards the mall. Little did Pamela's parents know, that night would be the last time they would see her alive. If only they had known what was to come, they might never have let her out of their sight. As the night grew longer, Pamela did not return, and her parents became increasingly anxious. It wasn't like their daughter to remain out that very late. They fretted and worried, and eventually reported her missing to the police that very night. The authorities immediately sprang into action. They began by retracing Pamela's steps, starting with the Herondale Mall, where she had gone to purchase the shoe dye. There they learned that she'd left the mall after purchasing the shoe dye, but what happened after that was a mystery. It was then that they began to suspect that Pamela had been abducted. The next morning, the entire state and county officers launched a massive search effort, even utilizing a helicopter to cover as much ground as possible. But it was as if she'd vanished into thin air. 2 days later, on October 19, 1970, a man walking in the woods stumbled upon an abandoned vehicle. It was abandoned in an overgrown Pasadena field about 100 yards off Mountain Road Extension. The man knew something was wrong and quickly alerted the authorities. When the police arrived, they confirmed the car was the same one Pamela had taken out on the night she went missing. However, there was no sign of the girl, and one crucial detail caught their attention. The car keys were missing. This new piece of evidence only deepened the mystery surrounding Pamela's disappearance. As dawn broke on October 20th, 1970, the search for Pamela intensified as officers combed the densely wooded area where her abandoned car had been found the day before. Among the officers was Patrol Officer Robert Switzer, and he was the one who made the grisly discovery. He discovered Pamela's lifeless body lying on her side off of a deserted farm road. She was wearing slacks and a pullover, which had been turned inside out. It was later revealed that her underwear was missing. As soon as other officers arrived at the scene, they were hit by a wave of shock and devastation. They tried to collect as much evidence as possible from the crime scene, and Pamela's body was taken for an autopsy. The news of Pamela's death left her family in unimaginable grief. The autopsy revealed that she died from strangulation, and her death was ruled a homicide. The hunt for her killer began, and detectives followed every lead that came their way. Pamela's clothing, along with soil and dirt samples vacuumed from the 1966 Dodge, were sent to the FBI crime lab in Washington for analysis. However, the available technology at the time wasn't advanced enough to yield any leads. As time went by, the case grew colder, and it seemed like Pamela's killer would never be brought to justice. In 2022, authorities decided to revisit the unsolved murder case. With advanced scientific and investigative tools, detectives were determined to finally solve the case that had haunted them for over 50 years. After developing a DNA profile from evidence collected in 1970, detectives compared it to publicly accessible genealogical databases. Through painstaking work, they created a family tree and identified potential relatives of the suspect. To confirm their hunch, a DNA sample was taken from a relative whose identity was undisclosed by the authorities. After testing the DNA sample, a breakthrough was made. They identified a suspect by the name of Forrest Clyde Williams. But the excitement was short-lived, as detectives soon realized that Williams had died in Salem, Virginia in 2018 from natural causes. There was no way to bring him to justice for the crime. It was a bitter pill to swallow, knowing that they'd finally identified the man responsible, but they couldn't hold him accountable. In a press conference held on March 10, 2023, police announced the breakthrough in the case. They revealed that Williams, who was 21 at the time of Pamela's death, had been arrested a few times in the early 1970s for minor charges. Other than an assault arrest a few years before he died, he didn't have a criminal record. Police also revealed that if Williams were still alive, he would have been charged with Pamela's death. At the moment, they've not ruled out the possibility of additional suspects and are asking anyone who may have known Williams at the time to come forward with information. While justice may not be served for Pamela's death, the resolution of her case brings some closure to her family and the community. Terrence Plummer Jr. was born on the 6th of March, 1988. Apart from this detail, his early life is shrouded in mystery, with little known about his family, upbringing, or schooling. What is known, however, is that in the year 2010, Terrence, who was just 22 years old, had already undergone a transformation. He'd become a transgender individual and was now a proud member of the LGBTQ+ community. But that wasn't all. Terrence was also openly gay and worked as a prostitute, going by the nicknames Konomi and Peaches. Despite his unconventional lifestyle, Terrence was known to be a kind-hearted person who was liked by many. He had a magnetic personality and was very popular on the streets of Fayetteville, North Carolina. However, fate had other plans for Terrence, and his life soon took a dark turn. It was a quiet Monday morning on May 31, 2010, when the Fayetteville police received a call about a possible break-in at a home in the 300 block of Rue Street. Officers rushed to the scene, unsure of what they might find. But as they entered the apartment located in the Bonnie Doon neighborhood, what they discovered was beyond their wildest imagination. The lifeless body of a man lay on the ground in a pool of blood. The victim had clearly suffered a brutal attack, with multiple stab wounds all over his body. Fayetteville Police Detective Jeff Locklear was one of the first responders on the scene, and the sight that greeted him was simply overwhelming. The horror of the situation was palpable. As the officers stood around the lifeless body, their minds raced with questions. Who was this man? What led him to meet such a brutal end? They knew they had to act fast to find answers. Without wasting a single moment, they began scouring the area around the body for any potential clues. The abandoned home where the man had been found was without power or water, adding to the mystery of the situation. The officers were determined to get to the bottom of it. As they combed through every inch of the crime scene, they collected a plethora of items that could serve as forensic evidence. Every piece of evidence was carefully preserved to be analyzed and examined at a later date. But their work wasn't done yet. The man's body was taken away from the area for identification and autopsy, a crucial step in the investigation. The officers knew they had a long road ahead of them, but they were ready to do whatever it took to solve this perplexing case. It didn't take long for the deceased man to be identified as none other than Terrence. News of his death spread like wildfire through the community, leaving everyone reeling. It was a tragedy that no one saw coming, and people were desperate for answers. What could have possibly happened to Terrence? The truth was revealed when the autopsy report came out, and it was more gruesome than anyone could have imagined. According to the report, Terrence had suffered at least 31 wounds inflicted upon him by a vicious attacker. The wounds were not just limited to his chest, where the weapon had penetrated both of his lungs, but also included numerous cuts on his neck and left forearm. The medical examiner's report painted a gruesome picture of the extent of Terrence's injuries, which ultimately led to his death. The brutality of the attack left everyone in the community in shock, and the search for the perpetrator of this heinous crime began in earnest. As the investigation into Terrence's death got underway, detectives were determined to uncover the truth about what had happened to him. They knew that every lead was crucial, so they began interviewing everyone who might have had information. During one of these interviews, they uncovered a vital clue. It turned out that the last person seen with Terrence was a white male who appeared to be a soldier based on his dress, hair, and stature. They'd been driving around in a late-model silver or gray Volkswagen Beetle convertible, and witnesses reported seeing Terrence arguing with the man. This information was a breakthrough in the case, and the detectives knew they had to act fast. They knew that finding the man was crucial to cracking the case wide open, but it seemed like an impossible task. The detectives searched tirelessly, questioning anyone who might have had even the slightest bit of information, but they were met with a wall of silence. The man's identity remained a mystery, and with each passing day, the chances of finding him grew slimmer. As the days turned into weeks and then months, the detectives began to fear that they would never solve the case. They pored over the evidence, re-interviewing witnesses and scrutinizing every detail. But it seemed like they were no closer to the truth than they had been on the day they found Terrence's body. As time passed, the case grew colder and colder, until it was all but forgotten by everyone but the detectives working on it. But they never gave up hope, and even when the case seemed hopeless, they kept pushing, knowing that someday, somehow, they'd find the answers they so desperately sought. For years, the case of Terrence's murder lay dormant, gathering dust in the archives of the Fayetteville Police Department. The people who had known Terrence had moved on with their lives, and the brutal killing had become little more than a footnote in the annals of crime. Around 2022, detectives were finally able to analyze the evidence collected at the scene with cutting-edge forensic technology that had not even been dreamed of when the crime was committed. And what they found shocked them to their core. The evidence led them to a 41-year-old former soldier named Joshua Aaron Richardson. The details of how the forensic analysis was done and how Richardson was finally identified are shrouded in mystery. But what mattered was that the detectives finally had their man. As detectives dug deeper into Richardson's past, they discovered he was an active duty soldier at Fort Bragg, North Carolina at the time of Terrence's murder. Richardson served in the Army for 4 years before leaving and relocating to Texas about a year after the killing. The investigators wondered if Richardson's military background had something to do with the brutal nature of the crime. Was this a trained killer on the loose? The long-awaited arrest of Richardson finally happened on February the 7th, 2023, and it was a coordinated effort by different law enforcement agencies. The Fayetteville Police Department's Homicide Unit, the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigations Division at Fort Bragg, the Wharton County, Texas Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division, and the Houston Police Department's Homicide Unit all played a role in capturing the suspect at his Houston home. The charge against him was first-degree murder, and he was promptly held without bail in the Harris County Jail. In March 2023, he was extradited to North Carolina to face trial in Cumberland County. As news of Richardson's arrest spread, it was a bittersweet moment for the detectives who had spent years working on Terrence's case. The weight of the unsolved murder had been lifted off their shoulders, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Terrence's family also felt a sense of closure, knowing that the person responsible for their loved one's brutal death had been apprehended. However, as the trial looms, it remains to be seen how Richardson's case will play out. This case takes us to Milwaukee, a city in the U.S. state of Wisconsin, located on the western shore of Lake Michigan. It's the largest city in the state and is known for its brewing traditions, cultural festivals, and sports teams. Milwaukee is home to many museums, art galleries, theaters, and parks, making it a popular tourist destination. But it was here that a heinous crime took place in 1990. The morning of July 16, 1990, was shattered when the stillness of the 3400 block of North 4th Street in Milwaukee was disrupted by the grim discovery of a lifeless body, abandoned like a discarded object on the street, by a group of sanitation workers at 7:15 a.m. Within moments, the authorities were notified, and soon the tranquil and peaceful ambiance of Milwaukee was shattered by the sudden blaring of sirens of the police cars. The officers from the Milwaukee Police Department descended on the crime scene and were met with a gruesome sight. The victim's body lay in the middle of the street, vulnerable and exposed, a silent witness to the horrors that had taken place. The officer's eyes were drawn to the gruesome marks on her neck, and also a mark of gunshot on the right of her head, a clear indication that she'd been the victim of a heinous crime. Her body was devoid of clothing below the waist, and her legs were splayed open, adding to the disturbing nature of the scene. The officers scoured every inch of the area, but despite the intense search, their efforts proved to be fruitless. It was as if the killer had vanished into thin air. The forensic experts meticulously studied every detail of the victim's body, hoping to unearth the tiniest lead that could crack the case wide open. The examination of her lifeless body uncovered a gruesome reality that she'd not only been shot in the head, but also subjected to multiple wounds that had painted her skin crimson. But the horror didn't end there. The medical examiner's report suggested that she'd been subjected to a despicable act of assault, adding another layer of inhumanity to an already devastating case. The only hope they had was the foreign DNA sample that they'd managed to extract from the victim's body. It was a clue that could potentially unravel the whole mystery, but it was a fragile one. The police officers handled it with the utmost of care, knowing that it would be the most important evidence to catch the perpetrator. They kept that DNA evidence safe for the day when they could unlock its secrets and bring justice to the victim. The DNA sample was secured in a container, waiting for the moment when technology would evolve enough to unlock its full potential. After days of uncertainty and unanswered questions, the identity of the body found in Milwaukee was finally revealed to be that of Annette Love. Her fingerprints allowed them to make this connection. After that, police made no delay in reaching Mary's house, which was some miles from Milwaukee, on July 29, 1990, and informed her of Annette's demise. The confirmation of Annette's death brought a sense of closure to the family, who had no idea till then what had happened to her. But now they had questions about the mystery surrounding her death. As they grieved, they were left asking what had happened to Annette and who was responsible for her untimely demise. As news of Annette Love's murder spread throughout Milwaukee, the city seemed to hold its breath, waiting for answers. With over 160 homicides already reported that year in 1990, the task at hand of the law enforcement was monumental, and yet they remained determined to bring justice to Annette's family. They meticulously analyzed every detail of her life, from her relationships to her daily routines, hoping to find a shred of evidence that would help them make sense of this senseless crime. However, as they looked into everything possible, they found no clear connection or lead that could help solve Annette's case. Despite their best efforts, the detectives investigating Annette Love's murder found themselves trapped in a labyrinth of unanswered questions and dead-end leads. With each passing year, the case grew colder. As time marched on, the case became nothing more than a distant memory. After years of darkness, a glimmer of hope finally appeared. In 2010, Milwaukee police detectives reopened the case that had long been cold for over 20 years. With renewed vigor and determination, they scoured through the old case files with a fine-tooth comb, looking for any clues that could lead them to the killer. And then, as if fate had intervened, they stumbled upon a tiny vial that had been gathering dust for over 2 decades. It held within it the answers they'd been seeking all those years, the DNA of the perpetrator. With the aid of the innovative forensic genetic genealogy expertise of Othram, the once seemingly insurmountable obstacle of identifying the culprit behind the long cold case was finally overcome. The detectives sent off the DNA sample in the summer of 2010 to Othram, and they tested the sample using their genetic genealogy expertise. Tension mounted within detectives as they waited for the results to come back from the lab. And finally, when the results came, they had a name. After years of sifting through evidence and chasing down leads, they finally had a suspect in their sights. The name of the suspect was Larnell Washington, a 52-year-old man with a dark and disturbing past. As they delved deeper into his history, they uncovered a string of violent crimes against women, including assault and murder. The more they learned about Washington, the more convinced they became that he was the one responsible for Annette's tragic death. The detectives couldn't leave any stone unturned in their pursuit for justice for Annette, so they decided to interview her family once again, this time armed with the name Washington. This time they interviewed Annette's daughter, whom they didn't speak to in 1990, as she was just 9 years old at that time. She sat across from them, and memories of the traumatic events flooded back, and she recounted the details of the encounter with Washington. He used to come to their house, and his crude remarks and aggressive behavior had left a deep impression on her, even as a young child. She further stated that she also informed Annette about it and her uncle, who was one of their neighbors. After this, the uncle and Annette had confronted Washington and his gang with guns in their hands. Her uncle allegedly punched Washington, and the gang members promised they would retaliate. She told them that after that, 2 weeks later, on the day Annette went missing, she saw the gang members loitering outside their home. She told investigators that her mother wouldn't leave to meet her friend at a nearby tavern until they were out of sight. When the gang members left the area, the mother left home. This was the last time the daughter saw her mother alive. The courage in sharing this information was commendable, and it ultimately helped the detectives to put together a clearer picture of what might have happened that fateful day. Her revelation also shed light on the potential motive behind the crime and opened up new avenues for investigation. As the investigation into Annette Love's murder continued, in September 2010, the Milwaukee police detectives came across a new lead that would prove to be a breakthrough. One of Annette's cousins, who had previously been questioned, came forward with even more information. The cousin confirmed the niece's statement and added a shocking detail that a woman who'd been dating Washington at the time of the murder had confessed that he was responsible for killing Annette. The detectives quickly tracked down the woman and interviewed her in 2010. She reluctantly admitted that on the night of Annette's murder, Washington and several other gang members had been at their home. Later that night, they returned with bloodied shirts and were chanting, "She got shot." It seemed that they'd finally found their killer. After this, police tried to track down Washington, and finally, in September 2021, the Milwaukee police set out on a mission that was to bring Annette Love's killer to justice, even if it meant traveling across state lines to do so. The detectives had managed to track down their prime suspect, Larnell Washington, who had opened a barber shop in Lacey, Washington in April 2021. With a calculated approach, they approached him at his shop for DNA samples, knowing that it was the missing piece of evidence they needed to solve the case. They sent the samples back to the lab for further testing, and their tenacity and unwavering commitment to the truth paid off when, on December 12, 2022, the technology they used finally revealed the truth. The DNA of Washington matched the DNA that was found on Annette. They then began to interview those who were close to Washington. It was during these interviews that they discovered Ronald Bralove, who allegedly admitted to killing Annette Love with his .22 semi-automatic pistol, the same weapon used in her murder. Shockingly, Bralove was also accused of assaulting Annette, adding another layer of horror to the already gruesome crime. Bralove's criminal record was nothing short of horrifying, with 36 confirmed felony offenses against him, including violent assaults and robberies. It was clear that he was a dangerous man, and it was no surprise that he was serving a life sentence. However, the revelation that he was involved in another homicide with Washington was a shock to investigators. It appeared that this gang had no qualms about taking the law into their own hands and using violence to settle scores. The long arm of justice finally caught up with Larnell Washington, who's now facing serious charges related to the cold-blooded murder of Annette Love. The alleged killer has been apprehended and is currently being held in a Washington state jail, awaiting extradition to Wisconsin. Washington is accused of 1 count of first-degree reckless homicide, a serious charge that could carry a maximum sentence of 25 years in prison if he's convicted. The victim's family has waited 33 long years for this moment, and they hope that justice will finally be served for their loved one. While Larnell Washington faces charges of first-degree reckless homicide, his alleged co-conspirator, Ronald Bralove, will not face charges for this crime. However, his gruesome past, which earned him the moniker Cemetery Killer, did not go unpunished. Bralove was convicted and sentenced to hundreds of years in prison for his heinous crimes. As for Washington, he awaits his fate with a review hearing set for May 2023 in Washington state. Will justice finally be served for Annette Love? Only time will tell. This case takes us to Fontana, California, a city in San Bernardino County with a population of over 215,000. Known for its steel mill and California Speedway, Fontana also offers parks and recreational activities. This place also held the secret behind the murder of a man who went missing in a mysterious manner in 1988. On the morning of June 8, 1988, Angel Martinez, a 27-year-old man, woke up before the sun, ready to start his day as the owner of Arrowwood Apartments in Fontana. He picked up a bundle of cash, rent money from his tenants, from the property manager. Little did he know that this would be the last transaction he would ever make. By the time the day had come to an end, Martinez had disappeared without a trace. His sudden disappearance sent shockwaves throughout the community, leaving everyone wondering what had happened to the kind-hearted owner of Arrowwood Apartments. His wife reported him missing, and the search for him began immediately. But little did anyone know that this mystery would take them all the way to Arizona. On June 17, 1988, things took a dark turn when Martinez's abandoned car was discovered in the parking lot of a bowling alley in Duarte. The mystery deepened when 3 days later, a lifeless body buried in a shallow grave in the Arizona desert was discovered, which was then identified as Angel Martinez. There was very little evidence in his car or at the site where the body was found, but investigators did find foreign DNA on his clothes, which was stored away for later. As investigators delved deeper into the case, they discovered that the murder was most likely an inside job. The question remained, who masterminded this heinous crime? And who were the accomplices? With no clear answers, Fontana Police Department Detective Catherine Clark was determined to uncover the truth, no matter how long it took. To unravel the truth, Steve, the commanding officer of the case, knew he needed to dig deeper into Angel Martinez's mysterious disappearance and subsequent murder. He turned to the tireless and determined Fontana Police Department Detective Catherine Clark, who'd been working on the case for years. Through painstaking interviews with Martinez's neighbors and colleagues, investigators began to piece together the events of that fateful day. It was discovered that Martinez had scheduled appointments with several people, but he never showed up. But other than this, investigators could not find out much else about what had happened to Martinez, and the case went cold. For 35 years, the mysterious disappearance and murder of Angel Martinez remained a cold case, a haunting enigma for investigators to unravel. Countless detectives worked tirelessly on the case, poring over evidence and conducting numerous forensic tests. Finally, after years of relentless pursuit, on March 1, 2023, the Fontana Police Department made a breakthrough. They filed murder charges against a suspect, Kelvin Keith Emmons, a 63-year-old man whose DNA matched the DNA that was found on the clothes of Martinez. They issued an arrest warrant, signaling a glimmer of hope in the long-awaited resolution of this chilling case. On March 5, 2023, determined to see justice served, they traveled to De Pere, Wisconsin, where Emmons lived. With the help of the De Pere Police Department, the long-awaited moment arrived when Emmons was finally arrested, putting an end to decades of pain and uncertainty for Martinez's family. Now Emmons waits for extradition to San Bernardino County, where he'll face trial for the murder of Angel Martinez. The perseverance of law enforcement in solving cold cases is a true testament to their unwavering dedication to serving justice for victims and their families. Fontana Police Chief Michael Dorsey praised the tireless efforts of all those involved in cracking this case, from the cold case detectives to the district attorney investigators. In a statement, he expressed his gratitude for their hard work and commitment to bringing justice to the Martinez family. This case serves as an inspiration to never give up on unsolved cases, even after decades have passed. As the Fontana Police Department posted on their Facebook page, justice can still be achieved, no matter how much time has elapsed since the crime occurred. It's the story of a small town in Indiana that goes by the name Kokomo. It's a fun place to raise kids and is popular for a low crime rate. Unfortunately, the city, which is referred to as the City of Firsts, has a tragic case written in its history as one of the first cases to shock the neighborhood to the core. Destiny Renee Pittman was born on January 9, 1992, in Kokomo, to Melvin L. Douglas, Jr. and Carla A. Pittman McCombs. She had 4 siblings and many friends. Her beautiful smile and amazing personality were why people loved hanging out with her. She used to brighten any room with her presence. Destiny was interested in modeling and was excited to start her career. She bought a house 8 months before her untimely death and lived with her boyfriend and a roommate who had 2 kids and 3 dogs, a Chihuahua and 2 pit bulls. When the clock hit 9:33 p.m. on February 7, 2013, the Kokomo police received a call asking for urgent attention at 815 James Drive. There had been a shooting. Officers were immediately dispatched. When they entered the house at 9:40 p.m., they found a bullet hole in the wall and the dead body of 21-year-old Destiny Pittman lying in her own pool of blood. She was pronounced dead immediately. What makes this case so shocking is that everyone was in the house. All the dogs were present as well. Yet 2 strangers came in and gunned down a young woman who had her whole life to live. They came in, killed her, took cash and drugs, and ran away without any trace. 2 vicious killers were loose in Kokomo, a small town with no crime. Police sent her body for autopsy and found that Destiny Pittman died because of a single shot to her chest, which passed through her body and struck the wall behind her. They recovered a single .40 caliber shell casing from the scene. Later, police questioned Nate. It's the story of a small town in Indiana that goes by the name Kokomo. It's a fun place to raise kids and is popular for a low crime rate. Unfortunately, the city, which is referred to as the City of Firsts, has a tragic case written in its history as one of the first cases to shock the neighborhood to the core. Destiny Renee Pittman was born on January 9, 1992, in Kokomo, to Melvin L. Douglas, Jr. and Carla A. Pittman McCombs. She had 4 siblings and many friends. Her beautiful smile and amazing personality were why people loved hanging out with her. She used to brighten any room with her presence. Destiny was interested in modeling and was excited to start her career. She bought a house 8 months before her untimely death and lived with her boyfriend and a roommate who had 2 kids and 3 dogs, a Chihuahua and 2 pit bulls. When the clock hit 9:33 p.m. on February 7, 2013, the Kokomo police received a call asking for urgent attention at 815 James Drive. There had been a shooting. Officers were immediately dispatched. When they entered the house at 9:40 p.m., they found a bullet hole in the wall and the dead body of 21-year-old Destiny Pittman lying in her own pool of blood. She was pronounced dead immediately. What makes this case so shocking is that everyone was in the house. All the dogs were present as well. Yet 2 strangers came in and gunned down a young woman who had her whole life to live. They came in, killed her, took cash and drugs, and ran away without any trace. 2 vicious killers were loose in Kokomo, a small town with no crime. Police sent her body for autopsy and found that Destiny Pittman died because of a single shot to her chest, which passed through her body and struck the wall behind her. They recovered a single .40 caliber shell casing from the scene. Later, police questioned Destiny's boyfriend and her roommate about what exactly happened. They informed the police that there was a loud banging on the door. Everyone was alert in the house. Then the door was kicked in and 2 robbers entered the house. Destiny, not knowing what awaited her, confronted them. Without paying much heed to a living person standing in front of them, they shot her. After hearing the commotion going down in the hall, everyone in the house hid. Destiny's roommate and boyfriend could see nothing except for a shoe of one of the intruders. The intruder continued their search of the house. One of them yelled in frustration, "Where the F is it?" Then they ran out of the house into a vehicle, which no one could see. All of Destiny's dreams were crushed on February the 7th, 2013. Destiny's roommate said that she believed the intruders were African American, even though she could not see them. When asked later why she thought so, she revealed that they had urbanness in their voices. When the police asked her if they could have been white, she admitted that it could have been one of the possibilities. Destiny's boyfriend confessed to the police that both he and Destiny sold marijuana, but Destiny had not been part of the business since she had inherited some money. He told them that he'd taken a bag of weed and more than $2,000 that he'd earned selling marijuana to another house just a few days before the intruders had entered. The police believed that the intruders could have been after the drugs and money that the couple had with them. Other than this, the police had no significant information and no possible leads. 2 years passed. It was 2015, and all the police could reveal was that the roommate and the boyfriend were cooperating with them and giving all the information they needed. The detectives did not plan to give up. The Pittman family grieved Destiny's death as months and years passed by, but nothing changed in her house since she died in 2013. Her mother, Carla Pittman McCombs, kept everything in her house untouched. She said, "The bullet hole is still there, and all of her pictures. The only thing I did try to do was shampoo the blood off the bedroom floor." Her family could not overcome her death as her mother still cried a lot and was depressed. Carla hoped that someone might say something about her daughter's death. She gave a statement to a media outlet and said, "My life has turned absolutely upside down. They took my child for no reason. Whoever it was, I hope they're satisfied. They didn't get anything out of it. I'm not happy at all. It's put a damper on a lot of things in my life. It's basically destroyed my life." Steve McCombs, Destiny's stepfather, said that Carla was not handling the death of her daughter well at all. Even after all this time, she would still welcome people in the house, saying, "This is Destiny's house," or "You're in Destiny's home." Destiny's father, Douglas Jr., said, "Every day is rough. I'm kind of losing confidence. It's frustrating. I know the police can't talk too much about it since it's still under investigation. I just miss her." He hoped that the responsible people would come forward and confess. He believed that eventually they would have kids too, and would never want
social
something
media,
bad to happen to
nothing would
them.
have indicated.
Therefore, they'd understand the pain and might admit to killing someone. Another anonymous relative came forward and said what everyone else was feeling. Her heart will never beat again. There will never be enough justice, but the family deserves some closure. Whoever did this is cold-hearted. It's just ruthless. The captain of Kokomo Police Department, Teresa Galloway, released a statement saying, "It's still an open investigation. We've not declared it a cold case. We're still taking tips and pursuing all of them. We encourage anyone with information to please come forward." But no one ever did. There was almost no hope left when, in 2021, Kokomo police renewed a plea for investigation about Destiny's homicide. They said that Destiny's case was still open and that they'd been investigating all the tips and leads that they'd found in the past 8 years. They pleaded with the public by saying, "If you know something, say something." There was no further news. Then a new update stirred the Kokomo Police Department. On December 5, 2022, the police received a voicemail. The woman called to speak with the detective and said that she thought the case would have been solved another way, but as it led nowhere, she was forced to come out and reveal information that she'd been keeping for years. After seeing press releases on the case for years, she could not keep the details to herself anymore. She knew who had killed Destiny. The two people who barged in the house that night in 2013 were 36-year-old Jesse McCartney and 32-year-old Joey McCartney. The informant said that she was scared of Jesse McCartney. When the police got in touch with her, she revealed that she'd been with the McCartney brothers that night. They claimed that they were going to run an errand, so she tagged along. She'd been sitting in the Jeep outside Destiny's house when she heard a loud bang. Within a few minutes, Jesse ran out of the house with a gallon-sized bag of marijuana and a bunch of cash in his hand, followed by Joey. Jesse, the owner of the gun, was sweating profusely when he entered the Jeep. She also told the police that they'd sold the gun and the Jeep within 6 months of that incident. Jesse asked the informant to tag along and drove her by Destiny's house the next day to describe the police tape surrounding the place. To confirm the story, the police then asked the informant to show the house that she was talking about. It was, in fact, Destiny's house on James Drive. She later told the police that Jesse had changed his phone number but still lived in Kokomo on Monroe Street, while his brother, Joey, moved to Kentucky. Following this, the police talked with Destiny's boyfriend again, asking him if she had her own stash of drugs. He gave them confirmation and said that it would have been in the house when the home invasion took place. When the detective showed him the pictures of Jesse and Joey McCartney, Destiny's boyfriend was able to identify Joey. He said that Joey looked familiar and he'd probably seen Joey in their house with a mutual friend at some point. The detectives had collected enough proof. After a decade of investigation and perpetual leads from the public, now was the time for justice. An official statement was released that said, investigators with a criminal investigation section were able to obtain arrest warrants for 2 individuals. Joey was arrested by the U.S. Marshals and the local police around 6 a.m. on March 2, 2023, in a house in Graham, Kentucky. Only 2 hours later, they took Jesse into custody from his Kokomo residence. The McCartney brothers were charged with robbery resulting in bodily injury, conspiracy to commit burglary resulting in bodily injury, and murder, all Class A felonies, and a Class B felony charge of burglary, according to the police. Indiana court records detail that a Kokomo resident identified Joey and stated that he remembered that Joey had faced a misdemeanor battery charge in September 2012. Then a pretrial diversion agreement was filed on February 28, 2013, but the scheduled bench trial was canceled. By March 2014, Joey had completed his diversion program, so the case was dismissed. However, Jesse McCartney also had his name in the police database. He was also charged with battery in September 2012. The victim was a healthcare provider who'd been injured, so the charge was later modified as a felony. On April 3, 2013, a pretrial diversion agreement was filed, and within a year, the case was dismissed and the case file was destroyed in 2016. After their arrest, Jesse and Joey had their initial hearing on March 9th and March 10th of 2023. They both entered a not guilty plea. However, the judge ordered them held without bond. Jesse would be awaiting a trial set for August. Without caring for a young woman who had just started her life, the McCartney brothers killed her, and after a decade of mystery, they will now finally be punished for their crimes. With an abundance of artistic and cultural attractions, Granby, a small town in Colorado, is a base camp for adventures. Among the echoing laughs of residents and tourists enjoying the mountain life, a horrific murder of a woman took place in the shadows of that beautiful and picturesque town in 1978. On November 15, 1978, a group of kids were playing on a logging road off Amherst Road, 15 miles from Springfield in Granby. They saw something under a pile of leaves buried under a log. When they went close to examine what it could be, they were shocked to find a body. Police were immediately called. They arrived at the scene and found the decomposing body of a woman shot in her forehead. She had a man's belt around her neck. They searched the area for any clues that they could find. However, there was no wallet, pocketbook, or ID on her that could help the police identify her. Her body was sent for an autopsy, and the medical examiner's office reported that she'd been shot in her temple and the death likely occurred months ago. They estimated the time of her death to be between June and August, and that the woman was between 19 and 27 years of age. She was 5 feet 4 inches tall and had dirty blonde hair. The investigators suspected that the belt was used to drag her body off the road into the woods. It didn't help the detectives narrow down the suspects or ID her. John R. Kirchhoff, Granby police chief, told the media that almost nothing was left of her body, which had been heavily decomposed, and about the only thing left was a skeleton. The only way they could try to track her identity was by the clothes she was found wearing. She had a blouse, blue jeans, and shoes on. The size of the clothing was 14 to 16, which meant that she had a chunky build. Since her body was almost entirely decomposed, police had to rely on these little details to fill in the gaps. They believed that her clothing was of the type a young woman might wear, but it had no tags that might lead the case somewhere. However, her clothes came in handy to get information from the public. The most important piece of clothing was the short-sleeved pullover blouse that was of size 14 and had a green swan embroidered in the front with a green imitation suede collar. In addition to this, she had a gold ring on one of her fingers, which was suspected to be a wedding ring. They went on to search the missing persons reports in the last few months to tally if the woman's description matched any of the reports. But there was no match at all. The ME office also reported that she had a noticeable decay in her front teeth, so the police tried matching her dental x-ray records with those of the missing people recently reported. It was an unsuccessful attempt. Since her body was found off Amherst Road near Route 116, which was a route linking major colleges in that area, the police suspected that she could have been a student of one of the 5 colleges connected through Route 116. They investigated if any female student was missing from Mount Holyoke College in South Hadley, the University of Massachusetts and Hampshire and Amherst colleges in Amherst, and Smith College in Northampton. But there were no such reports. Then the police considered the possibility that she could have been hiking along the trails of the Mount Holyoke Range, or even hitchhiking through the region, but they could not find any evidence to support this theory. However, a new lead came up when the motel operator called them to say that he thought the description of the victim's body matched a woman who checked in early 1978. Soon, the police tracked this woman down and found her healthy and alive. There was no way to solve the mystery of the unknown woman who died a horrific death. Therefore, she came to be known as the Granby Girl. The locals buried her in a local cemetery. Over the years, leads came up and quickly fizzled out. Granby Girl's identity was still a mystery. In September 1998, about 20 years after her death, a group of Granby's residents attended a memorial service at the cemetery and collected $500 to replace the wooden cross with a permanent marker that said, "Unknown, November 15, 1978, with an epitaph, in God's care." Reverend Marilyn Holcomb, the pastor of the Granby United Church, said, "It's beautiful and sturdy, an everlasting symbol of this community's care for an unnamed woman whose hopes and dreams, troubles and anxieties are not known to us." In 2021, detectives reached out to Othram Laboratories, an American corporation based in Houston, Texas, specializing in forensic genealogy. They were successful in building a DNA profile for the homicide victim, the Granby girl. When checked against the national database, it led the police to a woman residing in Maryland who admitted that her aunt went missing years ago in the 1970s and offered to provide more information about her aunt's sons. Police reached the doorstep of Matthew Dale. He told the investigators that his mother went missing in 1978 when he was only 5 years old. The police mentioned the Granby girl, which confused Matthew, and he thought, "What's Granby girl?" The officers mentioned how a body had been recently exhumed, and they were looking to connect the dots. He agreed to provide his DNA profile in hopes of finding his mother. Within a few hours, the results were back. The DNA was consistent with a parent-child relationship between Matthew and the Granby girl. He had finally found his mother, Patricia Ann Tucker, who went missing 43 years earlier. Their last interaction was in 1978 when they were in a car. Patricia wore a vest and was with a stranger while Matthew sat in the back seat on knobbly upholstery. He was dressed in a turtleneck paired with long pants. Patricia told him to go across the street to the playground, which was a group home for juveniles outside Boston. Then she said goodbye to him. He didn't know that those would be the last words he would ever hear his mother say. Later, his father picked him up from there and raised him on his own. The Granby girl was officially identified as Patricia Ann Tucker on January 31, 2023. She was born on July 28, 1950. Patricia married multiple times and was known as Patricia Heckman and Patricia Dale. But at the time she died in 1978, at the age of 28, she went by the name Patricia Coleman. She'd married Gerald Coleman in 1977, just a year before her death, and both of them lived along the eastern shore of Lake Pocatapog in East Hampton, Connecticut. After her death, the family recalled that she'd fallen in with the wrong crowd, and a lot of them believed that she was taken into a witness protection program. Matthew Dale, Patricia's son, said that he grew up listening to numerous rumors about his mother, and finally accepted that she was dead when he was in his 30s. First Assistant Northwestern District Attorney Stephen Gage addressed a press conference and said,
Othram, through their technology, which I don't pretend to understand, they were able to take the portion of the remains that we shipped to them, frankly, and they were able to apply their technology to get a good DNA sample from that.
He also clarified that while the department was happy to finally identify the victim, the investigation wouldn't rest until the killer's found. They could not produce any leads as to who could have committed the murder, but they had a strong suspect in mind. Patricia was married to Gerald Coleman when she died in 1978. However, Coleman did not report her disappearance to the police. Therefore, he was considered a person of interest in the investigation. Already charged and convicted of sexual assault, battery, indecent assault, and assault with a dangerous weapon, Coleman died in 1996 while in prison. As they could not question Coleman while he was alive, police are now relying on the public to submit any information that they might have about the case. Ann's son, Matthew Dale, thanked the detectives and said, "Thank you for never giving up on her. At least I have some answers now after 44 years. It's a lot to process, but hopefully the closure can begin now." He did not have a lot of things that reminded him of Patricia, but he had a single photo, a lock of his hair that his mother kept, baby books she created for him, and a small tapestry she painted when he was young. He also shared, "It was an awful end. What I want to do is have a new gravestone made for her. She deserves to have her name on it." January the 3rd, 1979, was a rather chilly day in Snohomish County, Washington, when a duck hunter left his home in hopes to begin his day by catching some good game. He was eager to capture a handsome number of ducks and fish when something strange caught his eye. There was something enmeshed in the fish net on the mud flats along the shore. His interest was piqued and he went closer to check. As he inspected the scene, dread crept up his body. It was not what he'd expected. He'd found human remains. Whose remains were found that day? What could have happened to that person? Was it an accident or something far more sinister? Snohomish County, where people don't walk by each other without saying hello, where the community is filled with friendship up to the brim, where its lush history and rich culture are embedded in every bit of architecture. Despite being the third most populous county in Washington state, Snohomish County provides a relaxing and small-town lifestyle with a fairly low crime rate. It exhibits its beauty with a wide array of picturesque landscapes, miles and miles of farmlands, and smiling faces of residents who enjoy experiencing the best of both worlds of comfort and stability. When the place is so inviting, simple, and laden with opportunities, it's often hard to believe that a mystery would emerge here that would take decades to reveal its secrets. The new year of 1979 was not kind to Snohomish County residents. It was freezing cold. The snowfall rate and the temperature broke all records. The entire Washington state was under a cold spell. But January 3rd, 1979 was different in more than one way. When the sun rose that morning, the residents heaved a sigh of relief. The air seemed to be warming above 0 degrees. It was the first day above freezing in a week, and people finally found it safe to venture out of their homes and experience a less bitter cold. With the same hope, a duck hunter set out to capture ample feral ducks to make a good profit. He arrived at the Snohomish River Delta at the western tip of North Spencer Island, where two sloughs bend and meet Puget Sound on its edge. His main focus was finding ducks when his eye caught a strange sight. On closer inspection, he realized that what he was looking at was, in fact, human remains. The police were immediately notified. As the officers arrived at the scene near Everett in Washington, they could not help a shiver go down their spine. The duck hunter's description had been hauntingly accurate. Tangled in a fishing line were a tan pair of fair khaki pants, a low quarterback leather shoe, and a partially skeletonized human leg bone. But that was not all there was to discover. When the duck hunter led the investigators a little towards the west, near a 12-foot-long fallen cedar log, they spotted a red, orange, white, and gray checkered shirt lying 5 feet away from a human skull, ribs, and another shoe with a foot still inside. It was a horrific and unsettling sight. When the officers checked the area to find additional clues, they recovered a leather wallet which survived the brackish water. But whatever was kept inside the wallet was long gone. There were no signs of a driver's license, cash, or fisherman's license in it. There was also a sock and a 33-34 size belt found at the site. As detectives sifted through the evidence, they noticed that the pair of shoes spotted there were laced and of size 8 or 8.5 and had the numbers 30 3/8 on it. But the shoes had O'Sullivan's logo printed on the rubber heel, while the tag on the khaki pants read, "Never needs ironing, made in the USA." These seemed to be particularly innocent details, but they could hold the entire key to identifying the nameless man. Although the case seemed complicated, it did not include any suspicion about foul play. It was hard to predict what had happened to the nameless man based on the remains. When the probe began, the investigators were met with a daunting task. The person had been dead for a long time, therefore chances of finding easy answers were slim. They sent the remains for autopsy to find out anything and everything that was available. They received confirmation from the coroner, who revealed that the remains belonged to a man who had been dead for months. It did not narrow down the prospects of finding the name of the man, but at least it was a start. The coroner's office pulled out all the stops to identify the man. They suggested charting his dental records and examining his body, hoping to yield the outcomes that they were seeking. However, the records could not withstand the ravages of time. Despite all efforts, the police could not ID him in the initial investigation of 1979. Therefore, the mystery of this unknown man became a John Doe investigation after Snohomish County's then coroner Robert Phillips labeled the man as John Doe 79-1 and wrote the cause of death to be undetermined. Due to sparse leads, there was hardly any possibility of finding the name of the 1979 John Doe. So, after waiting for about 2.5 months, the nameless man was buried in a pauper's grave at Cypress Memorial Park in the city of Everett on March 15, 1979. This practice is a thing of the past. Now, skeletal remains are kept in the medical examiner's office until they're claimed by a family member or are finally identified. Despite this, the scope of the investigation did not end there. They knew they had a long road ahead of them. Police, along with the entire community, were looking for leads to find out the identity of John Doe. Nonetheless, all the leads fizzled into nothing, and the detectives ended up considering the case cold. The case had been cold for decades, the trail long gone and the evidence all but forgotten. But then, a breakthrough occurred. The unlikely duo of advanced science and law enforcement resources came together to unlock a whole new world of justice. The once restrictive technologies and investigative techniques were no longer a barrier. 3 decades after 1979 brought about welcome changes. In 2008, cold cases like that of the 1979 John Doe came to light once again when Sheriff's Detective Jim Scharf and retired Superior Court Judge Ken Kausert reopened the old files that had been collecting dust for decades. When the case file of 1979 John Doe was studied after all those years, the detectives couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. The data was scant and insufficient. They couldn't even determine if the original investigation had matched the description of the mystery man with any of the missing persons from that time period. They were left to wonder how many tips had been pursued and how many leads had been ruled out. They were faced with the sobering reality that the data had been lost before it could be digitized. However, the detectives refused to give up. In 2008, they launched an intensive investigation, scouring the old archives for any and all information that could piece together a picture of the deceased. About 36 years had passed since the man was discovered in the mudflats. It was now the year 2015, and investigators were still trailing behind in this case, looking for his identity. By this time, John and Jane Doe cases surged. Therefore, Snohomish County detectives gave John Doe 1979-1 a new nickname, Spencer Island John Doe. In the month of July 2015, the detectives asked the Snohomish County judge to permit them to exhume Spencer Island John Doe's body. After receiving the approval, they transported the body to the medical examiner's office, where a forensic odontologist, Dr. Kyle Tanaka, thought that uploading the man's dental charts to national databases would shed light on a few missing persons reports which could possibly turn out to be a match. But it did not yield promising results. The case was then uploaded to the NamUs database of missing persons in August 2015. Still, no leads came to light. The detectives continued to explore every possible avenue, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for truth. They gave another look at the evidence collected in the past, including his clothing, wallet, and belt, and determined that he wore second-hand clothes. The Snohomish County sheriffs pleaded with the residents to come forward with any information about the mystery man that they might have. Although an immediate identification was rather ambitious, the officers were almost at the tip of a major breakthrough when they received a lead in late 2015. It happened when the police received an unexpected tip that claimed that Spencer Island John Doe's description matched a missing farmhand in Marysville. After years, a promising tip landed on the detective's desk, so they had to pursue it. The man ran a fruit stand in Everett and was widely known to be a perpetual drunk. People recalled that he had a severe limp and disappeared around the late 1970s. The tip seemed promising, and the police were just a step away from the truth. After 1 month of hardcore sleuthing, they received a crushing blow after discovering a tombstone in Yuma, Arizona with the help of BillionGraves.com. It belonged to the same farmhand whose tip they'd received. He died in 1981 on a trip to the southwestern desert region. In the face of the setback, the detectives couldn't help but feel the case was going nowhere. While they were making the rounds around the crime site trying to piece together the information, the medical examiner's office made another set of major discoveries. They were able to find out some key characteristics of the man that could be considered definitive identity markers. In April 2016, Dr. Kathy Taylor, the Washington State forensic anthropologist at the King County Medical Examiner's Office, studied his exhumed bones. With her keen eye and years of experience in the field, she was able to provide a rough estimation of his age, which ranged approximately from 27 to 61 years old. She suspected his height to be 5'1" to 5'7". The forensic anthropologist's report noted that the Spencer Island John Doe had a Native American, Caucasian, or mixed heritage. Therefore, the police redirected their focus on missing person reports of people of tribal heritage and distributed bulletins to the Tulalip and Stillaguamish tribes. The information was too vast and vague to produce a coherent narrative. They sifted through mountains of data and learned that there were no signs of perimortem trauma, meaning the trauma or injury that occurred at or around the time of death. They concluded that as there were only healed injuries and no new ones. However, when medical examiners inspected the bones, they found a gruesome injury. The femur bone of his left leg had been horrifically shattered and left unset, causing him to walk with a painful and uneven gait. Based on the inspection of the bones, the reports also highlighted that Spencer Island John Doe might have suffered from temporomandibular
We're not
joint
going to
syndrome,
be seeing
a painful condition that affects the jaw joint. In fact, he might have suffered in silence for years, as his injured femur did not seem to have ever received any medical attention. Medical officers examined the bone with the help of an X-ray that showed the middle third portion sticking out like the claw of an ice scraper, and it could be said with certainty that he would have suffered chronic pain. Detective Scharf said, "We've never seen a fracture that healed like that. It's almost like he was in a third world country, or he just avoided medical help altogether." Jane Jorgensen, an investigator at the medical examiner's office, seemed to be perplexed by the whole situation as there were no answers. After all, even if the man was homeless at the time of his death, he would surely still have gone to an emergency room for immediate care. It was not like he would have been asked to pay any amount. If the medical aid was ultimately free, why would someone have suffered such pain? He would have stood 2 inches shorter on his left leg. Spencer Island John Doe's femur became another mystery in this case. More disturbing details came up as the investigation continued. The study on exhumed remains disclosed that he was missing 2 left anterior top teeth and 2 molars. The sockets had been properly healed, indicating that he'd lost them before his death. He was believed to have a gap in his teeth and had alloy fillings in 3 teeth, which mysteriously indicated that he had access to medical care. The detectives were left with more questions than answers about the circumstances of both his life and his death. If he was able to have his teeth taken care of, why would he put off the urgent attention on his leg? The detectives were stumped, but soon reached the conclusion that he would have gone to a dentist in his childhood or teenage years when he was under his parents' care. As he got older, he might have avoided his healthcare needs. What made him bear the pain and neglect attention in his later years was still a question waiting to be answered. Now, the officers realized with a start that prisoners could get free dental treatment. So, could Spencer Island John Doe have been an inmate in the past? But the question did not make much sense and seemed half absurd. If that had been the case, somebody would have identified him by now because of his limp, gapped smile, and broken teeth would have made him memorable. The entire case was built on theories, and the officers knew that even the smallest details could hold the key to unlocking the truth. To find some answers, Jorgensen and Scharf met in the sheriff's office to discuss possible theories with retired Judge Kenneth Kausert and retired parole supervisor Chuck Wright. It was proving to be a lot more difficult to identify the cause of his death. Given the condition of his remains, multiple theories sprang up. They assumed that he might not have any access to a doctor when he got his injury. But it seemed more like a desperate hunch than a legible theory. They suspected the nameless man had been a fisherman. It could explain his injury and why he might not have received medical aid. In fact, it could mean that he died on the boat and randomly washed up on shore. He could have been buried at sea by his sailor companions, and with time and erosion, his remains could have been swept down the river to the confluence of Steamboat and Union Sloughs and ended up in the tide flats west of the railroad bridge that runs along State Road 529. Snohomish County sheriffs suspected that his death could have been a mere accident where he fell overboard and drowned around the resting place in the mud. The detectives had exhausted every lead, followed every clue, and interviewed every possible witness. They'd hit dead ends at every turn, but they refused to give up. In their last-ditch efforts to solve the mystery, they turned to the world of forensic art. In April 2016, forensic artist Natalie Murray rebuilt his face by gluing rubber pegs to his weathered skull and extrapolating what he could have looked like in life. Natalie noticed that he had flat cheeks and a narrow nasal passage. These characteristics were consistent with that of people of Asian heritage. But the bones had lost all the sharpness with time, so it was hard to sync this theory with the actual evidence. Undeterred, she extrapolated his lower jaw and imagined other features for the lack of a better alternative. Using her expertise, she created a sketch that would hopefully lead to a breakthrough in the case. Forensic anthropologist Dr. Kathy Taylor conducted an examination and confirmed that the sketch looked half Native American and half Caucasian as required. In 2018, a section of the right femur was sent to a national database at the University of North Texas, where the DNA was extracted to update the FBI's database, CODIS. The mtDNA and STR profiles were processed with the help of enriched DNA, which were ready by March 2019. In 2019, a retired police officer claimed that he saw a man in the 1970s who had a pronounced and awkward limp and looked like the sketch that was released. Despite getting all this information, the police were still without a name as the retired officer could not place a name. Snohomish County Medical Examiner investigators ruled out multiple missing persons by circumstances, STR testing, and dental records. When all these efforts did not yield any results, the detectives knew that they needed to approach the problem in a new and innovative way if they were to have any chance of success. In 2021, another piece of Spencer Island John Doe's femur was sent to Othram Labs, a private forensic genealogy company based in Texas. This initiative was funded by DNAsolves.com, which is an advocacy group that helps in promoting and funding DNA testing to help investigators and families to find the answers they'd been seeking for years and even decades. Months later, forensic-grade genome sequencing was successful in producing enough enriched DNA to create a profile. GEDmatch, a public genetic database, then allowed the police to find a match. The medical examiner's office, along with the detectives, built family trees and plugged the newly generated profile into Family Tree DNA, which is another public database site. Years and years of hope and prayers finally gave a positive outcome. They found a close enough match, and now the identity of Spencer Island John Doe was not too far. Medical examiner Jorgensen said, "It was like looking at 100 people versus 1,000 people."